Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, March the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Pepe. Loud and clear in both rooms. Excellent good start for the day or for the week, the short week. Remember, guys, we have a market holiday on Friday. All right. Well, as we speak, we've got a little market pop. Will it last? Let's hope so. Okay, we're over the VWAP right now. The SPY's over the VWAP right now, so let's hope so. You can get a bit of a mini rally today. So what is happening? So ELAB, moving higher after the company announced the subsidiary North Drive, etc. So they signed some kind of a PR, or it's a PR, licensing agreement with for ELAB, and that has caused this stock really to jet up 153. William, VRDN for you. Well, for anybody who wants to look at it, VRDN just getting hammered down on trading lower after the company announced its results from its phase 3 clinical trial. So late stage, and they're just getting hammered down on that, down 38% now for VRDN. So I don't know what you think about that one, the VRDN. EEIQ. Very active last week, of course. Held the VWAP. You can see that it held the VWAP. The high on Thursday was around 1279, so there is room there. If there's any news on this one today, I don't see any news today on it. I'm not even sure we had news here. Good eye to you there, Ozzy. ASTC, ASTC. Don't see any news on it today. Yeah, I do not see any news on ASTC today, but it's up. This is an earnings play. SGML is an earnings play. Sigma Lithium out of Brazil. So this is an earnings play up 23%. Let's see, FGI. I'm just looking at some of these races here, guys. See if anything is standing out. Well, we've talked about the ELAB and the EEIQ. TURB has been an active one. It's doing right now. TURB up 12%. A lot of volume. Yeah, good volume. UGRO, guys. UGRO was a big one last week. Big one last week. A couple of days, it got up to what, $37, the highs. So it is, of course, gets sold off. Maybe we're going to have another go at it, though. UGRO. This is the one that, yeah, UGRO enters the global T20 cricket market. Completely switch gears as to what they're doing. This is not new news, okay? This is sort of old news. Well, as expected, Boyle, natural gas. So natural gas, well, depending what happens, of course, but oil is moving down right now, natural gas. Hello, HOLO, HOLO. Okay, on the move right now, guys. Holo's on the move right now as we speak. Some volume coming in. Not a low float, 22. I mean, not high, but not a low float. 22 million in the float. Next high looking left on the daily chart is 255. We're getting close to that. RZLV is right on top of the VWAP right now. Okay, right on top of the VWAP. Let's see if that VWAP holds. RZLV. It is up because actually it's an earnings play. So RZLV is actually an earnings play. Too many earnings plays this morning. A little surge. Well, not a minor surge, I guess, in Bitcoin. It's up $1,500 to 67,000, $67,800. Still underneath 70. Orbs, guys. Orbs is just over $1 now. ORBS. Just checking some of these races or some of the stocks in the race. This one, GLND. This was a up 12, Greenland Energy. I don't, I don't think this is an IPO. I may be wrong. It looks to me more like a symbol name change, but maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't recall this being an IPO on Friday. And they signed a drilling deal with Stampede. Pretty good volume right now for this GLND. 1.6 million shares, 2 million in the float, up 13%. The high on Friday was 13, so there's certainly room. All right, SGML is starting to fade away here, guys. SGML is starting to fade now. Will it hold the VWAP? I mean, it's still up 21%. It's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Looking at right on top of the VWAP right now. All right. Okay, thank you, William, for your back of the envelope for we're done, VRDN or Viridian. Right at the VWAP right now. Okay, we're done. VRDN right at the VWAP. Cisco dip following deal to acquire Jetro Restaurant Depot. Cisco, let me take a look at Cisco. I don't see it anywhere. Hmm. Okay, so SYY, yeah, so SYY is moving down on their, looks like they're, it's a 29 billion dollar deal. I don't know, is it Jetco? Jetro. I don't know Jetro at all. Don't think probably a private company. So it's a combination of cash. Wow, look at the cash, 21.6 billion cash plus 91 million shares. So this is SYY guys getting and through the 200-day moving average, SYY through the 200-day moving average. Hmm, could be interesting. I mean, it's what's the float in this one? A big float, 477 million. Some of you might want to pay attention to this one. The SYY moving down on an acquisition and through the 200-day moving average. Well, here's the weasel word. It was generally well tolerated in both those groups. Generally well. I guess it wasn't tolerated enough. I mean, I'm not going to go into this one, but I mean, obviously, it doesn't really matter what we think, does it, PJ? Um, generally well tolerated. Don't know. I mean, the market's not market is not acting well or positive for that press release at all. I think it's generally well tolerated. Hey guys, well, with the market up, let's see what's happening. Let's see. We have some hot sectors, of course, silver and NLR, which is uranium and the nukes, gold. Let's take a look at a weak sector if there is one. IYT, interesting IYT, because I think the trade of the week is DHT, isn't it? DHT, I think is the trade of the week. And isn't that that's a freight? Well, crude tankers. Okay, it's not freight. Okay. Trigger was what, 1841? 1841. So if you're getting the trades of the week, this is the trade of the week this week. Free, you get it free. 1841 is the suggested trigger area. Well, as the market got blasted again on Friday, let's take a look at our some of the sectors where they are. Oh man, look at well, I mean, we knew this was going to be like this, but there's a 200-day moving average for technology. Look at that, moving away. Technology, financials are going to be just looking awful. Yes, look, moving away. Communications was one that was moving. Yeah, moving away. I mean, I don't think there's going to be XLE is going to be probably the only. Even XLV trying to hang around the 200-day. XLP. Well, Super Staples at least is sitting on the 200-day moving average. So relatively speaking, it's a strong stock. It's a strong sector. XRT moving away. Home builders, ugly. Energy. How's SMH doing? SMH is still above the 200-day moving average, 341, well above it, well above it. The semis are still doing well. Relative. I mean, I know they've faded, they've moved off the highs, but I mean, they're still doing relatively well compared to the other sectors. And here's the utilities. They're doing, again, relative to the other sectors above the 200-day moving average. So we do have some sectors over the 200-day moving average. Of course, XLE, SMH, XLU, XLB hanging around. Industrial probably not. Actually, it is. Yeah, so we do have some sectors still above the 200-day moving average. They go give the SPY as it keeps moving away and away and away. All right, guys, just EVTL, what is it doing? It is still under the 200-day or the VWAP. Vertical takeoff and landing. PRQR, little pop here. Volume, not bad. Just looking at this race here, pre-market. Remember, I'm running my race now pre-market. Bitcoin play, crypto play. All right. Well, I don't know if I didn't take a look at the economic calendar today. Let me just do a quick look. I don't know if there's anything happening. I doubt it. Well, actually, yeah, I guess there is something happening. I guess we have Powell speaking at 10:30. The Dallas Fed manufacturing at 10:30 also. Hmm. All right. Well, we've got so ELAB is still hanging in. Yeah, way above the VWAP, so it's still hanging in. Very low float, of course, 541,000 in the float. Very, very low float. Anna, boy, it's been an active one last week, super active last week, Anna. And now it's at the high of Thursday, just about at the high of Thursday. So it is not giving it up. Very specific engages in supplying low carbon natural gas and renewable natural gas to Italy. And that's it. Interesting. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Probably have to keep an eye on this one all day, guys. The SGML, why? It's an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays. A lot of volume already. Not a low float. 107 million in the float. Trying to still hold the VWAP. Brazilian company, lithium, and it is an earnings play for them. FGI, wow. I mean, look at the float. Another crazy low float, 530,000 in the float for FGI. 2.9 million have traded already. I don't know if there is any news. I'm just looking at my headline news. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news today on it. I mean, it's only up 6.5%. But let's see, it's got room. 511 is the 200-day moving average, so it certainly has room to that. And that's basically where the next high is, a little bit above that. So, I mean, there is room for FGI. I'm sorry, I'm not going to look left. I'm completely wrong. Aries, yeah, Aries it could stall. And then we have the irony for William. There's sarcasm, irony, whatever you want to call it. So SMX, rare press release and very tongue in cheek, of course. Steel and aluminum markets turn attention to SMX technology for cost control. So you know what? The entire steel and aluminum markets are turning their attention to this company. I mean, we're kidding, of course, but I mean, I love the way this is phrased. Good morning, Stefan, in our YouTube room. This is the green line, guys. GLND still below the VWAP, well below the VWAP. Maybe it's going to act as a bit of a magnet. The volume is great. Only 2 million in the float. And look left. Let's see. Well, ELAB is now, a mini drift mode. Okay, mini drift mode now. There's the VWAP down here, 359 or so. So, starting to, float down to that level. The high in the pre-market for ELAB was 450, and what is that high right there? Basically, that high right there. So, Monday, Tuesday. That was Tuesday's high, and that in the pre-market, that's kind of where it got to. Okay, this one just showed up. Well, yeah, just showing up again because it's just going over a dollar. Bullfrog AI, BFRG. This was a super active one a few months ago, but we haven't seen this one for a long time. But Bullfrog, BFRG, that's this commercial agreement with a top five global pharmaceutical company. The unnamed top five. Why is it unnamed? Because they wouldn't let them put it in their press release. It's not that it's not true, but that company, the unnamed company, said nope. Sorry, you can't put our name in the press release. Anybody with TradeStation in either room, either our YouTube room or the main room? Go to. I know it's a huge charting program and all, and well, brokerage and charting program. Just don't see too many references to them. I mean, we are now solidly embedded with them. We, as in Trade Ideas, you just don't see too many references to them in either room ever. All right, guys. Well, I don't have to change my layout. This is the layout I've been using now for about 3 or 4 days now, even in the pre-market. Gives me the six top actives ones up and the ones down. Runs the race as a compare count. Velo actually not bad, guys. I mean, look at Velo hanging onto the VWAP right now. Velo, VELO, hanging onto the VWAP. I didn't even check to see if I have shorts available. I'm pretty sure I must. Yeah, there's 730,000 at Interactive Brokers. Or you're talking about easy language with TradeStation? I know they've got their own. Don't they have a way though which you can create some scans without having to like some basic scans? I had easy language. I had TradeStation many, 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 many years ago when they allowed it in Canada, and I'm talking probably 2003 or four or five, something like that. Anyway, we've got to deal with them now. You can trade. You can use Brokerage Plus to trade through them. All right, guys, we have less than a minute. Remember, short week. Friday's a market holiday with Good Friday. So we do have a short week. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Let's see if maybe can we hold a little glimmer of hope here, okay, in the market. Some gains, maybe. 640. All right, guys. Well, we are now open. Interesting. Nothing in this one yet. There we go. A few in this one right now. Large cap gainers. Okay, these are the wide open. This is the wide. Look at SGML, guys. Look at SGML. Just a mini rip here. Look at the look. I mean, look at the float. 107. That. Look at the rip. SGML. This is an earnings play. Look at Ugrow. Rip for Ugrow. How do I know that? Because I've got it thumbnailed. But it is early. I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. You get these rips, and then you can get these severe moves down. Obviously, some stocks may just keep going and I'll miss out, but I've learned to deal with that. But Ugrow, yeah, Ugrow. High over here was $28 approximately, $28. That was the high on Friday. EEIQ is trying, as you say, to get through the VWAP. There's the VWAP. The purple line on the chart is the VWAP. ELAB, having a bounce, well, not a bounce, but a pop volume coming into ELAB. Look at the crazy float, 500,000 in the float. Looks like is this halted? It's not halted. Boy, I thought that would get halted. So AMDL, of course, this is the ETF for AMD guys. So AMD, the stock must be up about a little over 2.5%, 2.6%. This is double that. So if you think AMD is going to continue, you can buy this one. Plenty of volume. Spread is fine. Boy, I mean, and Verdun is VRDN is ripping, bouncing guys also. So we've got three. We've got ELAB, we've got SGML, we've got Ugrow, and even the Verdun got up to 19, so it is pulled back. The SMR, of course, it's a nuke. What we saw this morning. There's NLR, so we have silvers not ripping. Nothing's really ripping. Wow, I mean, well, I'm not saying nothing's ripping. I'm talking about the sectors, but look at Ugrow and SGML, they're ripping. Saw Unity also. Unity was making a move. Unity software now could be coming into resistance right there. The high looking left is 2033. That was the high on Friday. So, and there's some little highs even after that if it got through that. So it may not have enough room to run. Okay, now we've got some, the market. Okay, got to keep an eye on this one. The MKDW. This is the one that, yeah, when Ugrow had this big day, a couple of days, a lot of it was because they regained NASDAQ compliance, but they also had a press release saying they're getting involved in cricket betting. MKDW did the same sort of thing in terms of regaining their NASDAQ compliance. I don't think they had any sort of massive press release, though. And obviously, they didn't, not compared to Ugrow. But not to be, I mean, the highs over here is around $8, so there is room. There is room for MKDW. Take a look at where it could open. So this is the first time I'm displaying this blue window. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, nothing. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your stock, halted at 618. This call, I'm trying to show you where it could open. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. This number will fluctuate over the course of 5 minutes. You can see it's already moving higher. Typically, the first halt is usually pretty good in that usually it'll jump off the hog price. And I'm looking at the SPY now, and well, trying to hold that VWAP maybe, but maybe not. So, so far a pretty decent rebound for VRDN. I mean, the low of the pre-market was, well, very good rebound actually, about $2 from the looks like from the lows in the pre-market. You're a little late. Well, I'm reading your post now. Yeah, 22. How about 23 now for you, grow? And here's the bullfrog, BFRG. There's some big movers here in this race already, and it's halted also. BFRG halted also. Guys, at about quarter to 10, I'm going to have to take off for a bit. I have issues with our little puppy, so I'm going to have to take off at about a quarter to seven, or quarter to seven my time. Peloton again. Now somebody took a position in this one. I don't mean in the room. I can't remember who it was. We read on Friday. We were wondering what was the deal about Peloton on Friday. Some guy took a position in it. Morning, LD, in our YouTube room. All right, we are getting now. So SGMLs got up to 1481, got right back down to 1381. So there's your pullback. Ugrow got up to 23, back down to 21. So there's a $2 pullback. Elab got close to 5, but right back down to 4. So there's a pullback. So far, the only one that really hasn't pulled back is Viridian, PRDN. Thank you. That was Eric Jackson. Don't know him at all, but and he's the one who took a stake in Peloton. Disclosed that at least that was disclosed on Friday. Another flyer, guys. AIFF. AIFF has been another flyer the last 3 weeks or so. AIFF. The high on Friday was 268, so there is some room. Next is having a bit of a pop here, guys. Next as an NEXT. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. It's getting close to the high of Thursday. And if it does take that out, it has, yeah, this is the one. Yeah, it's right. It's got some room. I mean, $10.85 on the weekly chart. That is the next high on the weekly chart. So it has room. Just got to take out that high there, 848. Now, again, just if it I have a price alert set up there. Yeah, it doesn't look like the market's going to hold. All right, well, this GML guys, so it has pulled back down into the VWAP. Okay, it's pulled into the VWAP. So let's see if the VWAP can hold it. The VWAP, the numbers, well, okay, without using pre-market, 1365, but using pre-market, well, it's about the same. Okay, about the same. So there's the VWAP. Can 14 hold? Can 14 hold though? Keep an eye on the SGML guys. I mean, the longer it holds over 14, and if it gets some volume, the volume has subsided a bit. But if it starts to get some volume, we might have another go. This is one of the few earnings plays out there. The high, what are we getting? We've gone up to 1478. What is the high over here? So it still has room. Yeah, 1439. So 1439 now is the next high looking left on the daily chart. It did get past that. Again, one of the very few earnings plays out there. Actually, you know what? There are a few earnings plays, but yeah, my earnings top list window, and yeah, there's still some earnings plays out there. Not many. Watch for the fade, guys. Maybe down to the VWAP, okay, for SGML. Watch for the fade. Let's see if it holds it and then bounces off. But now a lot of these, some of these earnings plays and stocks with news on their own, a lot of times they just don't care what the market's doing. But in this case, maybe market is it's just hard to commit to going long anything, in my opinion. All right, guys. So I maybe just give me a moment. I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'm not for sure. I'm not sure for how long. Okay. So I'm gonna be on mute for a while. Just not sure for how long. Okay, well, I am back for a while. Okay, just give me a moment. I might have to take off around or 10:20 or so, but okay, let's keep going here. See if we can find anything that might be pulling back now to an interesting like the well. Look at this. Shoot, the SGML. Look what it did, guys. It got into the VWAP, and the VWAP is so far right there, acted as a support area. Now it's starting to bounce, and that's the SGML. Are we looking at the same VWAP, Obi? GLND popped through. I have the VWAP way up here at 989 for GLND. You're saying it popped through the VWAP? I can't see that it popped through at all. Are we looking at the same stock? GL, maybe we have a different VWAP numbers, but I have the VWAP around 9. Okay. Okay, good. Hmm. Short-lived, guys. Short-lived. SGML was short-lived. It was a nice little pop. I thought maybe it got over 14, barely, and then but it's starting to fade again. It takes that VWAP out for the second time. That could be it for a while anyway. I'm going to put a price alert down here around 1360 and see if hmm. Okay, some quick math for me. Well, let's take a look. Yeah, so early Dow. So the Qs are barely up. The SPY is barely up. The Dow is up, but all right, guys. Okay, SGML, SGML, SGML. You have the AI. Hopefully, you know what I'm talking about with the SGML, and it's not the initial alert. Okay, not the initial alert. Now, I don't know how long it's going to last, but not long. I'm going to watch it one more time. I want to see this 14 break again. So what we're talking about here, we had a reentry price of 1383. Okay, popped to 14. I was waiting to see if it could hold 14 well, and it was just kind of not really. So I'm going to wait again to see if it can get back over 14. And that's for the SGML. Well, I forgot to mention this one, guys. FRMI. I saw FRMI. I think this is an earnings play, and it is all-time low right now. FRMI. Read somewhere they couldn't find a tenant of some sort, or wow, I forgot to keep watching Glenda. Look at this now, guys. GLND. So where was the first halt for a GLND? It was, or actually just got halted. Okay. Oh man, this GML. May have missed it. I missed it. I think I've missed this now. If it keeps running, I've missed it. Yeah, I missed the GML. I wouldn't, even if I got it where I wanted to, I just don't trust these to have great continuations. Not today. Yeah, I saw that William J. Powell's talking at 10:30. Meanwhile, Ugrow is just ripping again, guys. Ugrow getting closer and closer to that Friday high. I mean, $28, so $5 okay. Oh man, I missed this one completely from RA. I didn't even see it. Quantum. What a nice move. 538 to 580 now. Didn't even see it. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go over my homepage very soon, and we've got another promo on. I guess to celebrate the Trade Station edition. I don't know how I missed the quantum. QNTM with the alert right there at 538. It popped all the way up to $6. That was a great move. Might have been a little tough to get it right where you wanted it. I'm looking at the spread right now. It's a 15-cent spread. When you say the Trade Station edition, what do you mean by that, Pat? What I mean by that is that now you can use Brokerage Plus and connect to a Trade Station. So if you want to trade within Trade Ideas, oh, I see. I did. Okay. So it's like this. We have TradeStation now. Okay, we have TradeStation. One of the other ones that you can use if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas. You can use Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, Alpaca, and now TradeStation. If you want to trade from within Trade Ideas. No, even if you didn't want to use Brokers Plus, you can still connect using our external linking tool now, external linking, and you can easily connect to TradeStation. Okay, and then from there you can trade it. That's what I do with Interactive Brokers. I don't use Brokers Plus to trade. I just use, but I connect to Interactive Brokers. So every time I click on a symbol, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform. Or at least connect to, see what I'm saying, Pat? We have an external linking tool. So when I click on any symbol, NXCT, I don't have to use Brokerage Plus. So if you have TradeStation and you want to every time you click on a symbol, and you want it to load into your TradeStation platform, and from there you trade it, you can do that. It's just a big time saver. Depending on how many symbols you're clicking on all day, of course. Typically, it's just a matter of, again, clicking on from the toolbar, click on Tool, External Linking, and then just follow the instructions where it says add a link. More than likely with TradeStation, more than likely, you can put your pointer right into your order entry box and then hold down the Shift key, and that'll select the window. That may be all you have to do. Okay, all you have, sometimes you have to use the alternate method. I don't know if there's a rule yet. There might be even a TradeStation rule. Okay, there might be. I can't look at it right now because it's all grayed out. But if you do it, and that rule will not be grayed out, you just hit the down arrow, and if you see TradeStation, then pick it. Okay, and then you've got a really solid connection. Okay, guys. Well, I am now going to go over my home page, and we do have a promo on, as I said. We do have a promo on now. There is a rule. Thank you, Pepe. So there is a rule for TradeStation. So yeah. So when you, just like there is a rule for interactive brokers, the same sort of thing. So when you do that, your rule will not be grayed out. You can just click on the little down arrow and you'll see TradeStation. And just click on that. Now you've got a solid connection with TradeStation and interactive brokers. Okay. All right, guys. So I put my homepage link in. If you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top here, the promo, yes, it's been changed. Thank you, Rudy at Trade Ideas. He handles my homepage. So you can now get 25% off. Okay, 25% off the first month only. The first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter what plan you pick, either our standard plan or our premium service. Okay. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. These rooms, well, I moderate a YouTube room. And for those of you in YouTube, there is another room called the trading room. So you can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a way more active room, come over to this room, okay? This room is actually the trading room. It's actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi. He does that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so it's a little early for me to do that. So Obi opens the room virtually every day at around 6:45. So if you're out there and you want to have some interaction with other traders during the pre-market, come into this room, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the mic, both rooms around 9 o'clock. This room though, trading room, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always staying later if there are questions. But if I do leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, this room is typically open after that also. This time, William keeps the room open. I'll have to ask. He'll tell us how long he wants to keep the room open, if at all. But most of the time, Monday to Thursday anyway, usually keeps it open till about 3:45. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay? And I get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. Look at the SGML now. Look. So that's the trading room. Now, education. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or if you're wondering, is this the right type of program for me? This is what I would do. So click on the education section, click on the more info. Now, mandatory you do this if you took out a subscription to getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started, okay? Mandatory you do this. Don't have the product, start off with the second one, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether it's something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. The free series of videos, 15 of them, if you are a new trader. And back to my home page. If you keep scrolling down a little bit more, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be there. Okay. This week's trade of the week is DHT. Let's take a look at what it's done. The trigger is 1841, so I did not trigger. Okay. Doesn't mean it's bad. It means it hasn't triggered. When you get the email, it'll outline the reasoning behind the trade, the potential entry, the stop, and all that. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. But it's free. So, looking for my information, well, you can see everything you see here is available. So, if you click on the scan section, here is this race right here. The large cap race is right over here. The biggest gainers, the other race is here. This is a way more active race. You can see you get some big percentage pops in this race. You generally do not in this race. This is a shrunken down version of the upside movers, downside movers. Okay, typically this is what it would normally look like. Trouble there. Okay, but I don't care about all this. All I care about is show me the symbols. Okay, if it's in red, it's making a new low, and if it's in green, it's making a new high. This gives me more room. Okay, so I can put this race up here without any problem. You know? And then here are the Halts resumes down here. Now that's it, guys. What you see is what you get. That's all I have up and running as scans, etc. Okay. I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing, but I do not have them up and running. Doesn't mean you shouldn't take a look at them. You may like them better than what I've got displayed. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down. I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan, and then the up-down 25 cents on big volume. Okay, but I do not have them up and running. This is it. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting question, that's one thing I cannot do. I can direct it to people who can. Okay. Okay. So William is probably only going to keep this room open until about 3:30, maybe 3:35. No companies releasing after hours today. Earnings after hours. So he really wants to stick around for this. So could be an interesting short for Verdun guys, or Viridian guys. VRDN could be an interesting short if it can take out the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert just underneath the VWAP and see if that happens. Okay. If they had a well, there was the market reaction is obviously not great to their phase three results. So that is the reason it's down 33%. It has bounced off the low in the pre market, but meanwhile, you grow making another high. The high looking left is still up here around $28. That is the high on Friday. Remember this one from last week now, guys. PLYX. Let's see what it is doing. PLYX, and it is at the VWAP. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, give me a moment. Guys, I'm watching Cody here for a potential short. So CODI, there is the next high looking left. See if I can get maybe a little bit closer to that, or is it going to give up? I have shorts available, 790,000 shorts available. Not a low float, not a high float, 66 million in the float. Good relative volume, 6.7. So there's certainly activity in this one. If there's any news, I don't know if there's any news on this one. Announces definitive agreement to sell Sterno's food service business. All right, so they are selling. Okay, so they're selling off some of their business, I guess. The markets reacted well to that, but for how much longer? Okay, I'm going to put some price alerts on this one, see if it's going to get a little bit higher. Nice if it got closer even to that 842. Well, there's only really one good one from our AI today so far, guys. I mean, with the quantum, but it is really good. QNTM, I just completely and utterly missed it. All right. Yes, market. Have we found a little bit of a bottom here? Okay. Gosh, it's 634. It's hard to say those numbers when we're so close to 700. Doesn't seem that long ago. Anyway, 634. Maybe we've found a bit of a bottom now. Okay. And we're getting a bit of a lift. The key area would be here. The VWAP is around 637. Can it take that out? Or is it going to get into the VWAP, stall, and continue its move down? Grow just absolute monster. I mean, it's getting closer and closer to that high. I'm sure, yeah, still no shorts available. I don't think there's been shorts available for this one for me ever since the big move. 28 dollars is the next high. I mean, their press release today entering the global T20 cricket market, 2.5 billion people, etc. However, I this is just, in my opinion, just a rehash of the news that got it going. It's okay. I mean, if I'm their PR guys, that's what I'm going to do. Every day, I'm going to pump that out. Boy, this GLND was awesome. When I saw in the pre-market, what was that, about $9 or something? How about 8? Now, this is another one coming into the VWAP. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to take off for a little bit now. Hopefully, not too long, but I'm going to have to put my announcement up here. Hopefully, when I come back, the Cody is still hanging around that 8 level. I'm really interested in a short on it. CODI. All right, guys. Well, another sort of false alarm, but okay, I'm glad to see Cody is still hanging around the $8 level. So MKDW, what did it do? Did it pop? Did it drop? No, it dropped. Okay. And it's halted now on the way down. Okay. And this just got halted. Yeah, ASTC just got halted. ASTC just got halted. Ooh. Okay, guys. Well, I got a little bit lucky on the Cody. Okay, a little bit lucky. So I'm in this short. We'll see. Gets over 8, I'm out. But the only issue is, come on, get through that VWAP. If it doesn't get through, I'm out also. Because I got lucky, I was watching it and I thought, you know what, I'm going to take it. I took it just underneath the 8 level, and then it dropped. I don't think it's an announcement. Well, I might be wrong here, Mies. I don't think it's an announcement day. Jay Powell's going to be talking at 10:30. He's actually going to be talking at 10:30, but I'll be honest, I didn't realize the VWAP was there. I don't know why I didn't know that. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know the VWAP was right there. Well, right now it's holding it up. And I'm talking about the Cody. Boy, SGML just completely gave it up. That was a heck of a short. I didn't take it, unfortunately. Oh, good for you, AJ. Well, moment of truth here, guys, for me anyway, on the Cody. There's the VWAP at 775 or so. All right. Well, it's working out nicely now, the Cody. I might, I'm going to, I'm going to cover some right here, just underneath the VWAP, just in case that VWAP kind of holds it. I know it's underneath it right now, but in case it does hold it a bit. So I'm going to cover some of the short. Whoa, this is getting even better, guys. Now we're in 57.61. All right, Roma, guys. Roma, Roma, Roma. This is now unhalted. Okay, a little bit of a bounce, but it's been beaten. Well, actually, I'm sorry, it's halted again. Roma's halted again. All right, guys, let's see. How about what is quantum doing? I mean, it's still, this is a, well, one of the positive sectors. In fact, it's actually, it's not positive anymore. They're only, this is XLU, but NLR just went negative. Okay. So keep an eye. So, of course, I always fall into this trap. I always think this is a, like a nuke or something, not a nuke, but a, well, nuke. Yeah, it is not. So quantum, so forget it. QNTM is nothing to do with NLR. Oops. Give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment. I'm watching the CODI paying me now. Really starting to pay me. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm just, excuse me, looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Not shortable for me. ASTC, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Most of my covering now for the Cody guys, the CODI, most of my covering now. That was nice percentage move from about the 793 mark down to the 742 mark. I didn't get it. I didn't cover right at the 742, but close enough. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these ones in the compare count window here. The PCT, let's see if it's doing anything interesting. as in moving down again, moving down, down, down. Market is, well, I don't know. I mean, it's making, okay, higher lows for lower highs. So we're getting that little wedge formation right now. Man, Q, did that have some news? Okay, so QNTM had some news trading higher after the company announced to sign a binding LOI with Alucent, a global contract research organization experienced in supporting central nervous system clinical trials. Okay, so that is the big news for QNTM. Low float. You out of Vancouver? Where are you out of? Toronto. Okay, so they're a Canadian company out of Toronto. So that's the news for this QNTM. Watching a BBWI for a potential short. Okay, let's take a look at it. See if I can find any areas that. Hmm. AJ, you don't have interactive brokers, do you? Okay. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:36. IDN, guys. Haven't seen this one for a while. Let's take a look at IDN. See if it's doing anything interesting. IDN. IDN. And the answer is I'd like to short this. I think I'm a little late. I think I'm a little late to short this IDN. Oh, it is it ever dropping hard. I mean, I have a, yeah, it's one I should be in, the SGML. So it's still positive for the day in a big way, but yeah, just completely giving it up. Once it took out the VWAP, look out below. And the VWAP is up here around, 1375 or so. That's a massive move down percentage wise from that 1375 level. I think, yeah, there's just a pittance or like a small number of shorts available. And Interactive Brokers for GLND. This gives up this VWAP and 11. This could be a nice short, guys. GLND. Well, let's put a price alert in that area and see if it gives it up. I'm going to put a price alert around 1080 or so, which will be take that. So obviously it would be below 11, and then it'd be below the VWAP. Not many shorts. I mean, it's only 3,000, 3,700 right now. That's at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Well, guys, while I'm waiting for that to happen, if it's going to happen, I want to go over this race. Okay, this is an exciting race. This biggest gainers from the start of the race. It is percentage wise. It is an exciting race. More exciting than this one. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means it's less volatile. Okay. So let me go over this race, and you can see that there is a top 10 list built for you of automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, if you load this race from my homepage, okay, right now, if you loaded it right now, you're not going to get all these initial winners. Your race starts when you load it. So right now it's 10:41 Eastern time. That's when you will start to build up your own top 10 list. Now, the other thing, and I'll go over this, how you can change it if you want. I'm now running this race in the pre-market. I never used to. I used to have it start at 9:30, but I've decided I want to run this race in the pre-market. But let's go over the concept of the race. I'm running a 4-minute race. Now, before I do that, I'm going to go to my homepage or click on my homepage link because want to show you in the guide where all of this information is. Okay. I don't expect people to remember everything I talk about. Okay, look at this. It's sitting right on the VWAP now. The GLND sitting right on that VWAP. I couldn't get it. Could not get it. Oh my goodness. I couldn't get it. It went too quickly for me, the GLND. I went in at the bid, but they did not want to fill me. I was trying to get in at $7.88, and I couldn't get the fill. And now look at it right now, 53, 55, and sinking. Son of a gun. Oh, well, there'll be another one. So, guys, you may have noticed I'm talking about stocks that you may not see. Well, of course, we saw this one here, but and I'm trying to point out levels where I thought, where we could go short or long. I mean, right now, my bias is going short. Oh, that would have been sensational. Now you can see there's some short covering. There were 3,000 left. There were 3,000 interactive brokers. Now there are 4,000. So there's been some short covering. How about that one, William? Anyway, let me go over this race here, okay? But before I do that, so if you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info. I'm going to expand this just a little bit. And you see where it says, up here, the user guide. And you see where it says TI stock racing, TI stock race right here. Everything I'm going to go over is in this race or in this section, okay? So again, I don't expect people to remember everything I'm going to say about the race, but I think it's a great way to see stocks that are moving. Either they could be moving, they're definitely going to be moving higher, but they doesn't. But they could have been pulled back to a level, and then they're moving from that level. So bear with me. So in this race, I'm running 4-minute races again, totally customizable. And since this race started, ASTC has moved 19%, 19% since this race started 2.5 minutes ago. That's what that 19% means. So obviously, if a stock is leading a race anyway, hasn't won the race yet, but is leading a race, click on it, see what is happening. What's happening with this one? Maybe it's setting up for your style of trading. It could have been. It's very possible, though. It could have been pulled back to a level you like and then was popping. Okay, it doesn't necessarily mean that just because this stock is doing this, that it's at the high of the day. In this case, it is. But it could have been. It could have been moving. It could have moved down and then up. Could have moved down to an area like maybe the VWAP, maybe a moving average that you have on your chart. Maybe it was doing that. So that's number one. Number two, you don't have to wait for a race to be over and for you to click on it. I'm just saying, click on anything that's leading, but you can click on anything you see in this list of stocks. Okay, here's the SLND. Let's see what's happening. It's up almost 7% since the start of the race. Again, I mean, it is moving higher, but we don't know until you click on it what it's going to look like. This could have been one of these ones that has moved back down into the VWAP, and maybe it's popping, or a moving average that you like. Okay, we won't know until we click on it. Doesn't mean we shouldn't take this now. I mean, but some of you I know want to see stocks that have pulled back and use this race for things like that. If a stock has won a race before, you see it in this list. And again, automatically a top 10 list is built of the stocks that won the most races over the course of the day. So ELAB has run 11 races, ASCC 8, etc. You'll get a top 10 list automatically built for you. So it gives you a nice focus list. If the stock has won a race, let's take a look at the YYGH. Let's see what it's doing. I have no idea what it's doing. So, I mean, it's gone positive. That's about the best thing we can say right now. It's gone positive. There's the VWAP at 117. To me, I mean, that's too close. In a lot, maybe 150 or so. Sometimes the VWAP will act as a magnet, a bit of a magnet, drawing the price towards it. So for me, this is not that interesting, but it could have been. We don't know until we click on the symbol. And here's the U grow. So I can tell you that the U grow, we know that's not at the high of the day. So you can see what it was doing. This is what I'm kind of talking about. It was pulling into the VWAP and then kind of popping off it. Okay. Now, how much longer it's going to do that? We don't know. And and this is an extremely volatile stock with that float, 780,000 in the float. So why are these stocks showing up? That has to be a question if you're looking at this for the first time. Why are these stocks showing up? Why are they so different from these stocks? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this, the body of the race, one of the options is open top list. So the reason these stocks are showing up is because they are in this list of stocks. Now, why are these stocks showing up in this list of stocks? Well, if I right click in the top list, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what I want to see. Understand this is all customizable. So if that so that's why these stocks are showing up. They meet all those filter requirements. Now, what I've done here, and how you can still use a top list window this way, before we had races, this is the reason a person would use a top list window. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So that column header is the change from the close percent. Okay, so I've double left click rapidly, and that's how I've sorted on this. So that's why we can see that ASTC is up 137% from Friday's close. You grow 37%, etc. Okay, all the way down here. So why do we see you? I mean, more than likely, we're going to see this ASTC and you grow and maybe IONR. I don't know if you've seen this one before. It's not won a race, but we're going to see these stocks, probably within this race all day long. Why? Because obviously there's a ton of volume. People are following them all day long. But that doesn't mean all the race cares about, though, really, all the race cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most since the race started, percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. So there's nothing stopping like it's a stock that we see a lot of. Well, I'll pick CLAR down here. CLAR is up 2.4%. Okay, but who knows? What if CLAR all of a sudden, ALAR, what if all of a sudden it's just started moving up this list? Well, unless you're staring at this list of stocks and trying to, eyeball some stock that's moving up, which would be crazy, that's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care, again, if the stock is near the high or well, near the high of the day or has moved the most since the previous day's close. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. So that's how you can sometimes pick some stock that's near the bottom and just starting to move. Why does that sound like a Seinfeld episode? I mean, I'm not trying to make light of it, but the lawyer in Seinfeld, Kramer was hired him to do a lawsuit. Sorry, I shouldn't make light of this. It's not funny at all. But so uh, hopefully it's making sense then, because when you right click on the top list windows, notice you have an option that says launch real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, okay, of what you want to see. This happens to be what I want to see. I'm going to show you a way in which you don't have to create a race from scratch. You can use either one of these and adjust the filters. So you don't have to create it. You don't have to create it from scratch if you don't want to. You can also do something like this. You can say, well, I like to see these 20 or 30 stocks every single day. I've got a basket of stocks that I like to follow. You can create a watch list or a symbol list, attach it to the top list window, and then you can just run your race on those stocks. Or maybe in the evening, once the market's closed, maybe you look at the market and you go, you know what? I want to follow these 15 to 20 stocks next tomorrow. Create a watch list with them, attach it to the top list window, and run a race based on those stocks. So you can do many, many, many things with the race. So if there's any questions about that, just let me know. Now, what I do want to show you though, now this race, very different. If I right click on it, open the top list, look how few stocks there are. Why? Because I have some tough filters in here. Not that many stocks can pass the filters. And also, with the market doing this, the market is not happy. So, but these are interesting because these stocks are near the high of the day. They're larger cap stocks. Usually, well, not usually. They have to be a minimum of 500 million in the market cap, 50 million float minimum. If I click on these ones, so you can see slightly different. I mean, a price range and all, but minimum 500 million market cap, 50 million in the float, and then this is also going to restrict a lot of stocks. At 95 in the position and days range, what that means is if I put 100 there, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. Your daily candle, it'll be right at the high of the day. So at 95, that means it's going to be very close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. I want to see stocks that are, large cap stocks that are near the high of the day. So, when the market is doing what it's, you're just not going to get too many stocks. Notice though, this is not a static list of stocks. Neither is this. You'll get different stocks coming in and out of this all day long, just like you'll do on this one also. As a stock meets the filter requirements, it'll show up. And as a stock maybe doesn't meet the filter requirements that it met before, it'll drop out of the list. So this is not, you don't look at this and go, well, that's it. These are the only stocks I'm going to see all day long. Not necessarily, no. So if you wanted to take one of my races and just adjust for your filters that you want, so if you don't want to create a race completely from scratch, so let's take this one. I'm going to duplicate it because I don't want to stop the race. So to stop a race, you just click on the, well, first of all, I'm going to click on the gear, okay? I'm going to click on the gear. And here's how and see how the race stopped. The minute I click on the gear, the race stopped. Notice here's how I can adjust my price range and that minimum volume. So if you had a different price range in mind and a different minimum volume, and that's all you wanted to do in terms of just adjusting the race, here's a quick way you can do it. If you want to get into all the filters, then you just click on advanced. And here they are again. And here's the other one that you couldn't change in that quick gear setting. So it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If you want to make a change in that, or if you're have any trading expertise, experience, you might want to add some filters. And here's also how you can add a symbol list. A symbol list of maybe stocks you want to follow. Okay, so here's a very quick way how you can take my races and just customize them for your style of trading without having to create the race completely from scratch. Okay. And then the other thing you can do, let's say your race is running. You just click on the box. That'll stop the race. See, now it's red. It's stopped. If you right click in it, and then at the very top, show the race setup. Here's how you can control your time. So I'm running 4-minute races. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever time period you want, you can put in here. And the only other thing that I've done, if you load it from my homepage, I have now changed this. You don't have to though. I've now checked auto start on load. Before I had auto start at time and at 9:30. I didn't want my race to start until 9:30. But I've made a change. Hey, look at the SPY. Go, SPY, go. But I did make a change. So now I've checked auto start on load. So what does that mean? That means that when you load trade ideas, your race will start. So if you load trade ideas in the pre-market, before 9:30, the race will start. I mean, if you load it at 10 o'clock, that's when your race is going to start. So if you check auto start on load, that's when your race will start when you load trade ideas. Okay. If you have any questions about the races, and any other questions, don't be shy, guys. I mean, I love questions. The more questions I get, the more engaged I get. Yeah, SGML actually is. Let's see if it's interesting as a potential bounce play. Well, if it is, I've sort of missed it. I should have been in and around 12:10 if I was going to take it. It's not that far from 12:10, but you got to remember. I mean, this is still. We haven't turned. Let's take a look at the wave here. TI wave. Let's see if it's turned on a 1 minute chart. Has it turned blue? And the answer is yes. So there is a mini transition now. Okay, from the orange to the blue, a weak trend, and now a strong trend starting. I mean, is it going to keep going? We don't know. All right, guys, 11 o'clock. Well, it's been a fairly fast morning. 11 o'clock, so I do take a break between 12 and 1. Wow, look at Verdun now. No, I know it's not Verdun. Viridian. Look at Viridian now, guys. I know our AI wanted to go short on that, but no, it's just having a pretty, I wouldn't call it steady. I mean, it had a nice pop up here. It had bad news. Well, the reaction was bad anyway to the phase 3 results. This is a bio. The reaction was bad, obviously. Still down 30%. All right, guys, I'm just going to confirm that it's Chris Varley who's going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Oh, here's that SWMR guys. Now, obviously, very volatile. 3 million in the float. 3 million in the float. So it's very, very volatile. Over the what's the spread like right now? Actually, the spread is a spread is 8 cents for this stock. That is that's minuscule. Trying to probably get people to buy it right now and then widen that spread on you. This is crazy. This is never like this. 38, 38 or 1. Here we go. See? Here we go. Actually, like a 50. See how they just yanked the bid? I'm sort of eyeing a Unity short here, guys. I mean, I want to see it take out the VWAP. A little buy flag came in, I understand, but I'm sort of eyeballing maybe a Unity short. I'm going to put a price alert around 2033. See if it takes out the VWAP, number one. And that's the U. I'm having a tough time going long anything right now, even if the market is doing this. I mean, a lot of bounce play is probably working now. Oh yeah, there were there were tons of yeah. I just missed it, Hermes. I should have been in this one on the short on that VWAP break earlier. Had a lot of shorts. I mean, 1.2 million at Interactive Brokers for SGML. Or was that a question? Was that a question? Do they have shorts available? If that was a question, yes, they do. Lots of them. All right, guys. Well, okay, guys, I don't know how, I mean, 22 may block it, but this might be what I'm going to call like a short scalp for me, depending on what it does at 22 or at 20. Sorry, 20. This is, I looked at this as maybe a bit of a short scalp just because 20 could easily block it, but I wanted to take this short. I may, it's more of a test, bit of a test case for me on this one. And I'm going to cover some right here. I mean, I don't have this is more of a test. But market moving down, probably not hurting it in terms of the short. All right. Well, guys, I mean, look, if this takes out 20, this is going to turn into a lot better than I thought. Talking about the Unity, reset my price alert. What happened to ARTL not moving? Well, let's see. All right. Well, come on, take out 20. So again, hopefully you guys are hearing what I'm saying. Okay. I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm doing, but I'm trying to point out some opportunities. Now, mainly on the short side. I just haven't seen anything that I like on the long side, but the RTL. Oh, you okay? I thought you. I was expecting to see it flatlining. Well, you mean on Friday? It was a completely different stock from Friday. I mean, I had a little. Still a lot of volume. I mean, 1.7 million shares are traded. I mean, it's not like on Friday, 80 million, but I mean, oh, it is trading. It is trading. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Remember, I was talking about Clar, guys. This was in this. Yeah, I was in this one also. Okay, I think it's in this list of stocks. But here's KLAR. Remember, I'm sure I mentioned this one. Who knows? What if this gets going? Now it's only up 0.12%, but look at it move. Hmm. Okay, give me a moment. Hey guys, I'm really interested in a Clar short. I mean, this is the next high looking left on the daily chart is at 1298. don't know if there's any news. I don't see any news on this one today. Just underneath that whole number. All right. Well, let's see if it has any legs down, the Clar. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing, but I mean, the Unity is still kind of interesting. I mean, it's still hanging around that 20 level. I'm still kind of waiting to see if it pops down through the 20 level. Market is now right, there's the VWAP for the SPY. Anyway, when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. So look at the SPY. Kind of maybe, well, I don't know. Doesn't look like it's going to hold the VWAP right now for a while anyway. Oh, they haven't hadUgro shorts. I haven't seenUgro shorts at all, Hermes. Yeah, look at it now, under 20. Yeah, I haven't seen them for IB, I think, ever since it had the big run. Come on, Clar, maybe you can approach that VWAP a little bit more. And we do have a trend change. Yeah, we have a little trend change for the Clar from the strong blue to like a little bit of a trend change. Now, I'm not expecting a massive collapse or anything, but we do have the trend change to the orange. Remember, blue strong trend, or the trend is strong. Orange trend is weakening. VFRG open, 142, new high. Okay. Briefly, yes. Dire dearth of questions today, guys. I guess everybody knows everything. Good grief. Sorry. Go Clark. Give me into the 50s. Actually, is Powell still talking? I mean, at 10:30, he started his talk. I don't know if is he still talking? Usually he goes on for quite a while, right? He's still talking? Oh, he's done talking. Okay, thanks, William. Well, William said he has stopped talking, so who's right? Oh, he's taking questions. Okay. So I still have the United Unity short guys, but looks like it's really trying to hold 20. I mean, I got down to 1986, and I don't have very much left. I was hoping it would really cascade down because look at the low looking left. On Friday was 18, but it's trying to recover. It's a little over 20. I'll cover everything. Okay, quantum obviously had a bit of a pullback now. QNTM had a pullback into the VWAP. Okay, but it is leading a race, but it's second place. So you can see what's happening. It's trying to maybe get back through that VWAP. All right, guys. Yeah, okay, a confirmation. It will be Steve. It will be Chris Farley taking over for me in our YouTube room in about let's see, about 40 minutes from now when I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Slide guys. Okay, so now this is coming into looks like it's coming into some pretty stern resistance. Well, okay, between the current price and 1843 for the slide SLDE. It's not really trading abnormally though. It's only trading basically normally. Look at the relative volume of one. That means like one would be normal. So I'm not as interested in it as I might have been. Who the st- who the heck still has a GoPro device? Anyway, here's GoPro guys. Trying to put a bit of a pop here. G Pro. It is well under $1. All right, ICU guys are talking about ICU, and that is yeah, new high. Not oh, there are shares available. Interesting. There are shares available for me to short if I wanted to at Interactive Brokers. Plenty of them. Approximately 350,000. Give me a moment, guys. Well, this is getting close. Well, it's actually popping above that now. So the next high is call it 1850, okay, for the slide, SLDE. Yeah, the relative volume is just, I mean, it's up 3%, 3.7%. I mean, nice move. I don't know if there's any news on it, but insurance company, property insurance company. So you could not get through 20 again. So that was it for me. Well, I didn't even know that, but you is a okay, you is actually an AI alert. Now it's now interestingly because it's a re-entry, a re-entry at 2034. It did pretty well at the beginning, but then it hit the stop, and then it came halfway between that original entry price and our alert price and the stop, which was 2034. So it is moving so far that 2034 was almost synonymous or virtually the same as the VWAP. Interesting. Okay, guys. Now VRDN is getting making signs of well, it already okay. VRDN looks like it wants to give it up again. Yeah, it might be too late. I should have been. I should be up here in this area, 1876. Box is having. Look at this. A little volume coming into box BOX, and the next high looking left is 2437. So there is room. There is some room on the daily chart anyway for BOX. Is there any news for this one? I don't see any news on it. Had earnings on the third, so early this month, right here. Pretty good reaction, but it's been drifting down from then. Very extended looking to me, guys. The box looks very extended looking to me. Lots of shorts available. 1.76. Definitely interested in this potential short for box, guys. The VWAP is down here, 2350, so it could be a bit of a magnet. And I'm not looking for, not going to move a dollar or two for me, but I mean, I'm just looking at potential shorts right here. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, the next high is here 2439, but I'm just waiting to see how close it gets to 24. I mean, the volume, there was a volume spike for sure that came in. So I'm sure they must have said, well, Mr. Powell, if this war keeps going, when are you going to raise interest rates? Had to be a question like that. which the market would not like. Really? Okay. Well, so nobody asked him that question, that very question. If this war continues and oil prices are up there and inflation seems to be jumping, when are you going to raise interest rates? Like how long? I mean, I'm phrasing it probably very poorly, but you know what I mean. Guys, I'm getting a little more antsy about this one. Policy was in a good position to wait and see. Okay. For how long? Wait and see for how long? Hey guys, I mean, this box is getting more and more interesting to me. The more yeah, I mean, the closer it gets to 23, 24, yeah, the better. Now the market is moving a bit. Okay, the market is moving. It says back now through that VWAP. So I mean, that might be helping Box a little. Box is might be tracking the market a little bit. All right. Well, instead of having to stare at it constantly, I'm going to put a price limit around 23.78 just to see if it gets back down there. Now, I'm going to be taking my break soon, so I would not be. If it doesn't happen within the next 10 minutes, I probably wouldn't take this short, just because I'll be taking a break pretty soon. All right. Well, as I wait, I have that one thumbnailed, so I won't miss it. Well, I won't miss it anyway. I have a price alert, but I do have a thumbnail of my other monitor, one of my other monitors. So thumbnail, that thumbnail chart. But yeah, the market is sort of mini rally. I'm going to call this a mini rally off the VWAP so far, the SPY. I'm going to put a price alert up here, 630. Hard for me to say that number, 638. Well, you look, guys, SGML now is having a major pop here, guys. About a 50, almost a 40-cent pop, 12.25 up to 12.60, 35-cent pop. All right, box. You know what? I went because I didn't get all I wanted, but we'll see. Maybe that's going to be a good thing. I'm talking about the number of shorts I wanted for a box. Lots of shorts available. That was not the issue. And it might be a good thing. Okay, it might be a good thing. Now, again, I'm not looking for a rocket ship here. These are I'm doing some testing of call it a strategy of some sort. I'm only gonna I'm only gonna give box a little bit longer. If it doesn't get back into the low 80s, 70s, I'll probably get out of it. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's what 11:43, so about 15. I'm taking my break. Chris Varley will take over from me in our YouTube room. He's waiting on this box to see if it running out of steam here. Well, let's take a look at our sectors here, guys. Wow, look at this, actually. Financials leading the charge here. Financials leading. What's the worst one right now? So there's a semis. Semis are the worst one, even though, I mean, semis have been very strong comparatively speaking, for the other compared to the other sectors. Semis have been very strong. So, but we've got semis and tech, XLK down. The nukes and the uranium plays are down, but everything else is up to a certain extent, with financials leading the charge. Where did I even see Box? Where was it? Probably in here. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I don't want to hang on to this while I'm on my break. I was hoping the box would move. I might have to get out of it. I'm going to be basically a little, like a very small loss. It's just a little above where I shorted it. Give me a moment, okay? William, you're talking about the BSX, okay? BSX. Let me take a look at it for you. So you're talking about getting long 60, 78. So you're looking for a pullback to 60, 78. Mm. Hmm. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the box, mainly because I'm going to be taking my break soon. I may love to take a look at it later, though. So there's no real reason. I mean, it's getting close to that 24, but I am going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I don't want to be hanging around with it. Just give me a moment, please. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back again. Back again for a bit. Chris will take over for me very soon. Okay. Well, getting close now to that 24. I'll put a price alert just over that, maybe later on in the afternoon. I know I'm somewhat fixated on this one on a potential short for box, but of course it will depend what the market is doing. Now the MKDW, this one was okay. It's too choppy, guys. I mean, for me anyway. I mean, it is just too choppy. Boy, SGML looks kind of interesting now, doesn't it? I mean, it is basing right here, little blue wave here. It's basing. Still up 20% for the day. It is an earnings play, not too many earnings plays. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here. I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up in about 3 or 4 minutes from now. Okay. And so I'll put my announcement up. Okay, and next I'm going to put my YouTube or the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris when he shows up in our YouTube room. Okay, here is the YouTube link. All right, let's see what is happening just before I leave. Oh, FMC. This could be FMC just underneath the whole number. Boy, strong. Look at this interest. Look at this on the weekly chart, the FMC. I mean, the high right there is 1701. There's a high there at 1675. Yeah. So, you can see that if it can get to 1701, just give me one moment, Chris. You're a little early. Get to, I'm going to put a price alert for 1713 for the FMC. Takes that out. I mean, look left on the weekly chart. You've got a ton of room. I can't remember what happened here but you have a ton of room. So maybe this week, guys, if it takes this out, we might get a little run in the FMC. All right, guys. So I just heard a little pop. That means that Chris Farley's in our YouTube room right now. So I will put myself in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now, Chris, I haven't thought of a way to introduce you today. Normally, I come up with some kind of a stupid, silly phrase. But
I caught you off guard.
You caught me off guard. I know you're a little
Truth
early.
be told, I have to leave here like almost 1 on the dot for my time.
Okay,
so if no you can come back 2 minutes early,
I can come back 2 minutes early for sure. Okay. Okay, Chris.
Thank you very much, Barry.
Okay,
we'll see you in a little bit. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, everybody. Barry making his way to a break, and I settle on in here. Sorry, scroll back. There we go. Happy Monday to you all. Hopefully you all had a nice weekend. Let's see here. Sorry, just settling myself in. So, all right, as per usual, folks, we do this as an open forum, no pre-done content. So don't be shy. Get those questions in for me if you have them. If not, of course, as per usual, do my best to keep this informative and engaging relative to the trade ideas, software, and markets. Although I do, like I say often, much prefer it when you folks are driving the content with your questions. I feel that that's a lot more productive, getting you all moving in the direction you're looking for with the software. But with no questions coming in right away, I suppose we can, let's see, take a look here. The overall market. Got an Apple chart up. Let's mess around with an Apple chart for a minute. So, big picture, 5 years, Apple still looks pretty good. It's got itself a pullback here. 40 some odd dollars off. It's a lifetime high right now. But actually, all things considered, I don't think the Apple chart looks as bad as it could. Again, so I like the picture-in-picture charts here. It's always good to get for swing traders anyways, always good for the bigger picture. It doesn't hurt for day traders as well when you're looking back some distance anyway to see if there's any chart resistance or where you might run into some chart resistance on the day trade. But my case here, I like the picture-in-picture for this bigger view of whatever it is that I happen to be looking at. So, but again, Apple to sell off, try to get going, just fading at this point. But, while the market itself continues to pretty much head in a downtrend, Apple's trying to hold on to this, 250 level, give or take. It's a bit below it now. What we haven't done in a long time? You wouldn't know because you're not inside my head, though, I'm thinking, right? Compare charts. We do have compare charts in here. Let's go. Let's compare Apple to SPY. Wait a minute. Do I want to do that? Hold on. Cancel. I did it already. Okay, fixed it. I don't want to mess that chart up. I'm going to duplicate it first so that I can keep my original chart. Let's make this a little larger. Maybe we'll go around and do some compare charts here today. Something different. Let's see, back to chart style, right click chart style comparisons. So SPY up there. Yeah, that looks good. Let's throw a Q's up there too, right? The thickness of those lines. All right. So, look, going back a ways here, Apple outpacing the SPY. That's going to be represented by the pink, the Q's, that yellowy orange. And, we could see both headed lower. These a little more accelerated. For whatever that's worth. While I wait for questions to come in, we'll maybe mess around and do a few of these. Let's look at Meta compared to those. Let's see. What is Meta saying? Woof. Meta way underperforming. Oh, strange. Had this weird. Okay, I see. Meta is bucking the trend today. That's why it's up like that. I get it. So, but all the same, Meta underperforming there. Let's take a look at some of these big caps. Amazon, AMZN. Is that Amazon? AMZN? Yeah, Amazon. There's Amazon underperforming here. Again, up on the day today, interestingly enough. Getting a little funky there at the end on those charts. Not sure why it's doing that. The Googs. Alphabet. So Alphabet had been outperforming ignore what it's doing here. I don't know why it's doing that, but the rest gives us the correct picture here. So, some good views here of bigger picture things that especially weigh heavy in the market. Microsoft. Microslop. Woof. Not so good looking. Really underperforming at this point. Given up a lot of gains over the past 5 years. It's up 50% over 54% over the past 5 years, but it is way off what it was. Who else? Do we want to compare anybody else? Some of the big ones here. NVIDIA. Everybody's favorite chip maker. So NVIDIA, coming back down to earth big time here. Again, ignore this. Forget all that. We'll see if it can't, some of these can't find a bottom at some point in the near future. If not, if we keep doing this, we're going to head ourselves into a bear market. Johnny, if you could be specific what you're looking to set up, because this software is incredibly immense, and a quote setup of everything ever in this software would take us, I don't know, months, to be honest. Where to find a new tab? I'm not sure what you mean by a new tab, but anything we want to do with the software new, we want to create any new windows, we'd find here on the menu bar. So, if we wanted a new alert window, top list, multi-strategy, single stock, compare counts, charts, price alerts, so different channel bars that we've got, those would all be there essentially. So just for example, we want a new alert window, we'd go ahead and click that alert window. It'll give us a configure here. It's going to come with, I'm going to guess you're new to the software. And so there'll be predefined defaults in here. The window is going to be called breaking out on volume. You can rename it to whatever you want in the summary tab here. In the window specific filters, you can start to get rid of those values to help you start fresh if you wanted. And then in the search tab here, we could start to decide how do we want to build this scan. Now with alert windows, we have alert events that are indicated by these single icons. A green as a bullish event, red as a bearish event, blue, let me find some blue ones. Blue, those are neutral events. And so you'd select, I generally like to guide people into one alert, especially when they're first starting out building scans. And then as we go down about a little more than halfway past, here we are. You have these dual icons here. There are filters, whole slew of filters that we have in here. You'd go ahead and add those. You could add any filter to a scan and you'd set up a minimum and or maximum value there. You don't understand what something does for a filter, or an alert, you go ahead and click on it, you press help. You get a help page that looks like this, goes into a definition and some usage of those specific data points, how they could be used in a scan. It should show a news tab. So the only news that we offer is going to be in our single stock window. And here's the news tab of that. So if you wanted a single stock window, go ahead and click new. Single stock window. It'll open a window that looks just like that there. And then you'd go ahead and set it to the news tab. And as long as it's linked with scans, anything you click on, it'll load the news of that stock there. If you swap back to the details, you get the details that you have set up there as well. I'm going to give you a video. You can check this out later because we're here live, so we could do stuff live. But just, later on, if you want to go through some stuff on your own, here is a video on the single stock window. And like I said, you go ahead and bookmark that, check it out, later, of course. That video is part of a larger Getting Started series that we have on our education page. I'll give you the full education page here. A lot of good stuff there, a lot of good stuff. But again, we're here live, so we'll focus together for now. And then later when this live stream's over, you could use these links and reference the education material there. Like I said, at your leisure or on your own when we're not doing the live stream here. So that's how that would work. And again, keep the questions coming. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. My pleasure, Johnny. And if you got more questions, Johnny, don't be shy. Get those in for me. Walk through anything here. This is an open forum. When I'm going over stuff and nobody's asking questions, I'm all about interrupt me. It's all good interrupting me like that. It's not really interrupting. I'm hoping someone jumps in and takes us in a different direction. How do I get today's price close as less than yesterday's? Get today's price close. You could do it with a custom. Obviously we don't have the close rate now. But it would be, bear with me because I don't know the coding off the top of my head. Where is it? Custom formulas. Let's see. Custom formulas overview. I think it's most recent close with underscore somewhere. Yeah, so it'd be most recent close. What were we asking for again? How do you get today's price closes less than yesterday's? You know what? I don't know if yesterday's low. Let me see this. Let me see if we have that. High, low, previous day's high, low. So you have previous low P. So that would be the formula. Put that in your formula editor and save that. Most recent close less than low underscore P, or you could reverse it, however you want to do that. And that becomes a true false then. So, and if you don't know how the true false stuff works, see this page here. This will go over it. There's a section in it that it goes over it there. Touch on it real quick. Where's the true false formula editor? Format, decimal, preforming numbers, operators. I thought there's a section here that covers true false. String volatiles. Got to be in here somewhere. Okay, yeah, here we go. So this will cover the true false here. And essentially what you're going to do is, if you want something to be true for the filter, you'd put a 1 in the minimum column. So that should get you there with that. How do you set up the blue tab that you have? Which blue tab are you referencing? Are you talking about here on this? Where I just drew the big pink X there, Johnny? Are you talking about these blue tabs here? The green. The green, the green. The green. Are you talking about like the green in here for the races? The only other green I really see is this, and that's just telling me that I'm connected essentially. So the races. Let me get rid of some of the stuff. Let me clean up the drawings, all that. So I'm going to give you the way I like to do races. I'm also going to share a race video with you. Bear with me. But again, the race video, you know, when we're not together, we cover the stuff live for now. But I just like to give people things so they have, you know, they can reference later on. Okay, let's see here. Copy and paste. So again, bookmark that, save that for later. We're going to do this together now though. So races are essentially topless, and then they're displaying the topless data differently and how stocks are moving based on a filter we choose to see them moving on. Let me get rid of this big chart too. So we're going to go to new, and we're going to go to top list. And again, just like with the alert windows, this is going to have a name in it breaking out on volume, I think, or volume leaders, maybe volume leaders, something like that. We can name it whatever we want. You know, my first race, momentum race, pullback race, breakout race, whatever you want to call it. You know, the name isn't really, you know, it should be relevant to what you were trying to do, but it isn't important for the terms of, you know, getting how we actually do all this. If you come back to the Windows specific filters tab, again, you're going to clear out any pre-done things that are in there. They're not necessary. It like we, you know, just we like to give people some defaults to put them in directions when they're first starting out. And we would build a race. So let's just say, for example, we want to race price. We want a price range. So I'm going to click on price. I'm going to add that filter, and I'll say, let's say I want stocks between $5 at the minimum, and click on the max, and $100 at the max. And if you ever have a question on what the values you're giving a filter will do, click on the magnifying glass in the middle. So we can see here, and it says, show me stocks where the price is between $5 and $100. And if I change this here, if I go to 90, now you see that updated to 90 there. And if I press OK, it carried over here. So some of the filters, I don't know why, my brain, the way it's wired, I get confused when I'm putting in values. I'm like, what is it doing to the scan again when I put the values like this? And this will help guide you on what you've done with the scan for it. Usually it's the position and range filters that trip me up. Or if I'm trying to use negative numbers, also that trips me up sometimes too, because some filters you can use negative numbers on. So again, you know, just for this, we're going to go with 100. And maybe we will say, let's get some kind of volume going on here. Maybe we want a relative volume filter. So we go ahead and add that. We'll say we want it to be stocks that got at least 3 relative volume. Relative volume is done on a ratio. So 1 is normal, 2 is 2 times, 3 is 3 times, so on and so forth. So we're looking at stocks that are currently 3x what they would normally be doing to this point in the day. Maybe we want some kind of other volume. What else do we want for volume? Shares traded. Where is that? Dollar volume today. Shares volume today. Shares is the unit. We can add that filter, and we want to see stocks that traded at least 2 million shares, for example. You can either go to, I think 2M will do it. Hold on, 2M, right? Yep, 2M you could do, or you could type out 2 million, whatever you prefer to do like that right there. And then maybe we want some kind of, they're up, so change. Maybe they're up in the last 2 minutes. Let's say add that filter. They're up, you know, at least a 0.5% in the last 2 minutes. Maybe also change. I'm going to change from, because we want to change from the close. Maybe we want to see they're up from the prior day as well. We can add that. We can go 1. So this is the basis of a scan here, and we'll call it test race for live stream. Be good if I could spell. So test race for live stream. And now if I press OK, here's the scan. And right now only one stock meets that criteria that I just did. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to loosen this back up a little bit just so we get more stocks coming through, just for that purpose. I don't know. Let's go with at least a flat from yesterday. Let's see if we get some more stocks. Okay, so now we've got stocks coming through. So this is, for some people, this is fine. They want to see the table like this, and that's all right. And right now it's sorting the stocks the way I have it set up by default, is that the stocks up the most from the close are at the top here. But if I wanted to change things around, and I go to go to launch real-time stock race. And now we've got the stock race launched here, and it's going to go, and it's going to right now race based on some defaults in there, but I can change that. So if I go to stop, I right click and I go to show race setup. Well, I can say how long I want the race to run for, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. There's no right or wrong answer on this. This is, all based on what you want. I'll give you some insight on some logic and reasoning why I chose some of what I did for the races that I have. So these two races down here that I have, those are 3-minute races. And the reason is this: once upon a time when I was a day trader, I liked 15-minute charts. And so 5 3-minute races equal to 15-minute bar. And that's why I chose 3-minute races. I don't really day trade anymore. But I just left them like that because I have a sound logical reason why they were like that. And I like to display the races. I still think they're great. If I ever did go back to day trading, swing trading is just more my speed. I do better swing trading. It just is what it is. But if I were to go back to day trading, I would do something logical like this again, between my trading plan, how the scanning works for it, with the charting that I would use. So that's just to give you a logic reason why I did what I did. There's no right or wrong answer on this. There's just what makes sense based on what you're trying to do, essentially. So that's the basis of that there. In this here, you're racing based on any columns you're displaying in the scan. So here we can see these columns. I could race on any of them. If I wanted to race on different columns, I would come to the underlying top list and go to configure. I would search for the data point. So let's just say I wanted to race on change from open. I would go, and if I wanted to change from open percent, I would say show column, and then we would add that, and then I could choose it from here. So race on the change from open. And a delta value means that basically we've got all the stocks we want. Now we're going to pretend they're all even, and which is moving from the open the most rate now would be the delta, or we could do the total, which means which stocks are just up the most from the open, period. Doesn't matter. The starting point is the open versus the starting point with the delta is the start of the race. And then the delta value, that's essentially how the stocks are sorting once we're displaying them, descending or ascending. That's probably not great. Let me do that here. Descending or ascending. Pink doesn't show up great on that red there. For the most part, pink works well. And then there's a few other, items in here. Do we want to auto rerun the race, or do we want to start it manually ourselves? Do we have an auto start time on the race? Do we want to auto start the race just when we load the scan? Do we want to replace symbols, meaning that if a symbol no longer qualifies for the race, do we want to drop off the race in the middle of the race, or do we want to stay there till the end of the race? And so those are the different other items that were in there. And we can go ahead. We're just going to change that to 3 and we're going to press play, and we could see it all load up right here just like that. And then they'll move accordingly to that, because we chose to change from open. They'll move accordingly from the change of open. So that's the in and out. They've got some complexities to it with the race. That's why I shared the video. You can go back and circle on all that. And of course, if you have other questions right now, don't be shy. Get those in, and we'll go right over those, of course. And again, anybody else with questions too, don't be shy. Please, please make sure you get those questions in for me. Excuse me. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Anybody? Question me up. Question me up. Get rid of the order entry tab. I don't think so. The older order entry tab. Are you talking about something here in these settings? I'm not sure exactly what you're referencing. And I mean, I can always make a request for you, but I make no promises on what will or will not be moved or done. Move us over here. And so for, I mean, the money machine, if I hit, play, there's nothing going there because I didn't set anything up, but. Now there's this here for the exits and entries at the bottom. Set up an alarm. I'm not sure what you mean by an alarm, but if you're talking price alert, you can right click on a chart and create price alert. Set it at the price that you want, save, and then if the price rises to that or falls to it, if you set from above or below, that would then trigger, and it would give you a sound alert. You have to set it up for sound. So here's a price alerts page. You can open a price alerts page, new price alert. You right click and you go to actions, check play sound, setup sound. Text to speech is the most popular. It kind of says the ticker out loud. You'd set that up like that for sound, or a few different, the other sounds in there all basically sound the same. This, yeah, we can't get rid of that. That has to be there. Yeah, this is the order entry panel. Got to have the order entry panel there. No way to get rid of that. That's how people can trade manually. That price alert. There we go. Yeah, I get what you're looking for now, but because you're using this here, the advanced OEP. I don't know, perhaps maybe in the future they'll do something where if you open the advanced OEP, this disappears. But the thing is, this is a floating window also, so you can put this wherever you want. You do whatever you want with that. But I'll be honest, I don't think there are a lot of people that are going to use this advanced OEP. You could set up an alert window there, Johnny. And then it would say a ticker that meets the Windows requirements. You get a notification that way. It's got to be through the software here. That would work like this, new alert window. And let's just say we wanted to, any stock making a new high on the day. So we could do that. And then we could say if they were between, let's say $5 and $100. And then, let's say they were up 1% on the day and traded 1 million shares with a relative volume of 1. And, we could make this, however we wanted. And then any stock that meets the scan, we're going to get an alert with a timestamp saying, hey, this stock did what you asked me to look for at this time. I don't think you'll be able to hear it come through my speakers, but I'll put it on anyways, see if it happens. We'll leave it open for now. And that's how you can get a notification saying it's not a notification to your phone. You can't get that. But this is essentially a notification saying, hey, this stock met the scan that you created at this time. Why did I not get the sound for that? Why don't I have sound? That's why. There we go. Now I should get a sound alert. Should have get the stock moving up again. Like I said, I don't know if you'll hear it pass through my speakers or not. So that would be like as close to a quote alarm as you could do.
IBM.
There we go. I don't know, hopefully you can hear that.
NMRK. PFE.
How do I get an offset for market over? I'm not sure what you're asking, Andrew. I'm not sure what that means, an offset for market over. If you could give me some more context what you're looking for. I'm just not familiar with what you're asking. Sorry, market order. I get terrible fills. There's nothing you can do. A market order is a market order. You can't. I'm guessing you're looking for an offset with like what you can do with a limit order. But a market, there's no such thing as an offset for a market order. Market order means go in and get me the stock. I don't care what you get it at. And if the spread is high, the way it works is like this. If you're buying a stock, you buy this. And if you're selling a stock, you sell that. That's the way it works no matter what. And if you're shorting the stock, you short it at this. And if you're buying it back, you buy it back at that. That's just the way it works. That's the way market orders work, generally speaking. I mean, sometimes they'll split the middle somewhat for you. So, the only thing you can do is like, if you want a limit order, this is where you would go. URGO is a good example of this because we've got a good spread on here. So I could go buy limit 100 shares. And I could say, I want it at the bid. I want to come in at the bid. So if I click the bid, there it is. I send it. Now you're going to see the limit order down here populate. There it is. So buy it down here, below where it was. And I just, there's the order that's sitting there. If you put in limit order, Andrew, I know in the past you were putting limit orders above price, and that's why you were getting that message, do you want to fill now? Because you're getting a worse fill than the current price by doing that there. And so it's saying, do you really want the worst fill that you could get? Like it's above it's above last price. But with a market order, you just go in. And if you are still struggling to understand limit and market orders, I would really encourage you reach out to your broker and have them go over it with you, because they are the ones executing the orders. And so I think it's always best to have those professionals explain that. But that's how that works. You want a better fill with a limit order, put it below, the current trading price at where you want the fill. Doesn't mean you're going to get the fill there, right? Brokers are not obligated. It's really the market makers at the end of the day. They're not obligated to fill you on a limit order, period. But that's how you can avoid bad market order fills, is using the limit order like that. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Don't be shy.
IBN.
Yeah, no, I totally get it, Andrew. When it comes to things that pertain to the orders and the brokers directly, I do think it's a good idea to reach out to them. It's the same thing when someone comes in asking what pattern day trader is. Like, I can give you the basic ins and outs as I understand it, but that's something, the same thing with free ride violation or good faith violation, things like that. I understand them, like, because I've violated all these things. But I always think it's good to have the broker explain it to you as well, because they're going to give you languages that, probably a little better than what I could do. So, like with market orders, when you got stocks that got, I don't know, let's say, spread is relative. A 1 cent spread, on any stock is, fine in general. But obviously, like if you had a sub-dollar stock, you don't want a 1 cent spread on a sub-dollar stock, right? But, on a $300 stock, a 10 or 15 cent spread is pretty normal. That's not like it's not really spready, but a 10 or 15 cent spread on a $3 stock, that's pretty spready, so it starts to become relative to, what is and isn't spready really. Yeah, you definitely don't want to put a limited order in above high of the day. Limit order should be coming in down below, wherever it is, that you want to get that fill from. Wherever you want to get that fill from, but usually you want to put them below whatever last price is. Or, you maybe not necessarily last price, but, maybe you want to get it closer to the bid. Like we can see here, look, the bid is at 25.30. Last was at 25.90. The ask is at 25.90. So someone just bought it at the ask a second ago, not even a second ago. Now we can see that the bid has come way up from 25.30 all the way up to 25.60 and so on and so forth. So when you get these high flyer movers like this, look, this stock is up 45% on the day. It's probably one of the, hot traded stocks on the day at this point. You can, 700,000 in the float. You're going to find these to be really spready stocks that, I'm just using this as an example because I happen to have it up, and there it is.
SPLB.
So again, keep the questions coming, folks. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Yeah, you're very welcome, Andrew. You're very welcome. Happy to help. We're here, market days. I won't say 5 days a week because obviously we're off when the market's not open, we're off. But we're here all market days at noon Eastern. Then Barry's here running this when we're not here. Not quite the same open forum Q&A when Barry's running it, but all the same, Barry's as knowledgeable as they get. So I'm sure he could help you with some questions too if you ever have as well, Andrew. Don't be shy. Pop in here as you need to. That's what we're here for. We're absolutely here to help. No, an market order, it shouldn't be filled necessarily anywhere. It's just get me in right now. So, usually the way market orders work, if you're buying a stock, you're buying the ask on a market order. And if you sell on a market order, you're selling the bid. That's generally how it works. So you're getting hosed on the spread essentially. Now, can you get filled in the middle? Sure, you can get filled in the middle on a market order. But if it's usually going to be closer to the ask than it will the bid, almost always. And I can say in all the trading that I've ever done, if I did go market on a spready stock, I've never been filled at the bid. Never been filled at the bid. Not on a spready stock. 1, 2, 3 cents. Yeah, I've been filled on the bid. you start getting, 10 cents and above, I've never been filled on the bid. That's just me personally. I can't speak for anybody else. I'm sure it happens, but it is not the norm. That's for sure. Throw that back this way. I'll take a screenshot of something real quick here. Well, that didn't go how I hoped it would. I mean, I could give you my layout, but it's customized for me essentially. There'll be some, like, my liked list isn't going to do anything for you because it's stocks that I put on my liked list, so it's going to come in blank or it's going to come in with stocks on your own liked list. But I can share it with you. But that's the point of the channel bars is pre-made layouts. So you've got channel bar and dock channel bars. And you can go through, there's a show more at the bottom. The channel bars and dock channel bars, they're different. They're purposely different. There are different channels in them. But like I said, I can share my layout with you, but again, it's tailored to me. I don't even use half my layout anymore, to be honest, at this point. But here you go. But as far as day trading stuff goes, if you're looking for that, explosive winners, momentum channel, alpha predator, things like that, that's where you want to be looking in the channel bars. So yeah, real quick before I wrap up for the day here, just pull this back over. So let's go new. Let's go channel bar. Let's expand this out so we can see it nice and well. We'll go show more. So explosive winners, stock racing, momentum. Earnings could be some day trading, unusual volume, unusual options volume. We're looking for shorting on the day side, going down. Alpha predator, stock surging. Trade the gap. Penny movers. Those would all be things that I'd point you towards for day trading. That's on the channel bar. They're layouts. They're all individual layouts. Then there's the dock channel bar, and it's just there in a container window, those channels there. And there's a reason why we have a docked and non-docked. It's formatting and things like that. Certain stuff we keep simple. Again, you go show more. And so look, explosive winners, it's over here as well. And this is a layout. You're going to have a single stock window. You're going to have different types of scans in here. You got a chart in there for you. Same thing. What do we got? Well, if you want to get really crazy with it and you have the permissions from your broker, there's the 2x ETFs. Again, you got some unusual options volume, regular unusual volume.
And on that, you're out of here.
Already?
Already. Give yourself a
Wow.
Have a cigarette, a scotch, and then get ready and get ready for your meeting.
One bourbon, one scotch, one beer.
That's right. And what a great song. Okay.
It really is. And then real quick, Johnny, before I go, if you edit a channel, it won't save to the channel because the channels are on our servers and pushed out to all users. So if you edit a channel, this is what you do. Go to File, Save or Share to Cloud. You're going to click Entire Layout, and you're going to name it My Momentum or whatever. And then you're going to press Save. And then moving forward, you would load that channel that you saved, File, Load from Cloud, and you'd find it up here in your cloud. And that's my magic trick.
And
I got to stop sharing.
Now, poof, you're gone.
And poof, I'm gone.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Barry. And I will catch
Chris.
you all tomorrow.
Oh, okay, cool.
Double dipping. I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Just got to grab the screen from Chris. Okay, I think I think you guys can see my screen in YouTube now. And let me get my music going, and then we're good to go. Like the box, okay? It's I am trying this short. Got it in just around in the mid 90s. You know, I'm hoping like to see it get closer to the VWAP, but so Johnny, if you're still around in terms of the channel bar, are you still around? Can you hear me? I'm talking to Johnny in our YouTube room. Okay, so now no, this is something you can do. Okay, so if you click on again, you click on the new. Now I would never click on dock. I would never click on channel bar. I know Chris mentioned that one. I would always click on dock to channel bar. Okay, that means that because now the whole idea of the channel bar, these are just theme-based channels. Okay, theme-based channels. So you might see some, oh, crypto. I want to take a look at crypto stocks. Remember, we're not scanning for crypto as such, but we're looking at crypto stocks, metals and mining. We have a pre-market channel, an after-hours channel, stocks that are moving down. I'm sure Chris mentioned explosive winners. So these are all theme-based channels. So let's just say I went into the explosive winners channel and I clicked on it. Now, you could look at this. You could look at this and go, the relative strength leaders from this is what we call a heat map. Okay, now if you like this, you don't have to change. You don't have to save the whole channel or the trade ideas winners watcher. Now the only problem with that is look how many different scans there are in here. Well, but you could pick this one and say, today I'm going to look for stocks making 52-week highs or trading above yesterday's high or, things like that. You could check or uncheck anything in here. Well, so you could let me get to a better one because I want to get one that has actually an alert window in it. Okay, quantum action as an example. I'm just using this as an example, okay? So you could, if you like this, if you thought, you know what, I like this, this quantum action, you could right click on it. And then what you do is you Well, it says duplicate here. It should say duplicate into free floating window, but it doesn't. It says duplicate. So sometimes when you right click in the body of the scan, it's either going to say duplicate or duplicate into free floating window. If you click on duplicate, okay, what happens is now it popped on my other monitor. Now it's free floating. You see, you've basically what you've done when you do that is you've taken it out of this, you've taken it out of the channel. I think Chris mentioned that if you make a change in this channel, you can do it. But when you leave the channel and come back, the changes are not saved. And again, the reason is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you might want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that's the same change everybody wants. So yeah, you while you're in the channel, you can make the change. But what you can do is if you saw something that you thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind having that maybe as part of my layout, and maybe I can adjust it to my style, like a price range I want, etc. So I've taken this, the alert. All I did was right click, and now you see it says duplicate into free floating window. Okay, so it's either going to say duplicate or duplicate into free floating window. Now, here's where you right click and configure. And now here's where, this is, oh my gosh, no wonder. Another bad example. I'm not a big fan of, there are so many different real-time alerts you got in here. I'm just not a big fan of that. You know what? Why don't I give you one of mine? Okay. I'm going to get out of these channels. I'll show you because I'm sharing mine also. I'm sharing a momentum scan. I'm sharing, you're talking about day trading. I am that's what I am. Okay. Chris is way more of a swing trader than I am. So, but I'm definitely a day trader. So if you click on my homepage link, I don't know why just give me a moment. I don't know why I copied two links. Okay, there is my homepage link. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to Johnny in our YouTube room. You click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. The very top, of course, I'm going to go over this anyway in the next 5 minutes or so. How you take out a subscription, etc. But for you, if you scroll down, you see my scans right here. View scans, as an example. So here's a momentum scan, as an example, a momentum scan. So if you click on the open scan, and what happens is the link will appear. The link will appear up here. That's the link for it. So you just highlight it, left click, and then drag your mouse, highlight it. Control C now to copy it. Control C to copy it, and then File, Load from Cloud, from the toolbar. And if you've done it correctly, you'll see it right here. Okay, you can see how this ends in 1731E and ends in 1731E. So you've done it correctly if this box is filled in with that link. Then you load it. Now it's on your screen. So here's a momentum scan. Okay, Joy, let me just continue with Johnny and I'll try to help you, okay? So I should make this just an alert window now, but if you right click on this, strategies, okay, then this little box is going to pop up called Momo. Another box is going to pop up. Click on the open alert window. Now here's where you can take this. Here's where you can take this now. You can see what I'm using. I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 100. Current volume is, the current volume is going to be extraordinary. It's going to be 20 times normal up to this time of day. 500,000 shares are traded. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% normal. 5 minutes is 400% normal. And it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so you might look at this and go, well, you know what, that's good enough for me. Or you might look at this and go, you know what, I don't like that price range. So you click in it and you can change the price range to whatever you want. Maybe you want a different volume. Maybe you want a different close. Maybe you don't want the relative volume as high. I mean, this is up to you. But this is how you can take this and customize it to your style. Okay? And once you've done that, if you've made any changes, you say okay, and then this changes. And so there is a momentum scan, which is it's a momentum scan based on increased volume, like the volume. The volume of the last minute, 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So normally when you get an alert, you're going to see a big volume bar. So if you make the changes, then what you do is, or you keep it the way it is, and then you right click, save it to your cloud. Okay, once it's on your screen, you just right click, and then you save it to the cloud. Now you've saved it to the cloud. And then what you can do is you can start to build up your own layout with maybe some of mine. Maybe you create some of your own scans, your own charts, your own charts that you like in terms of time frames. And then you make a layout, and then you save your layout. Okay, does that kind of make sense? But you can go through all the ones that are on my homepage. Most of them are real-time alert scans. Okay. Okay, so Joy, I signed up after watching Shay's videos. I don't know who Shay is. Okay. I'm not able to load her settings successfully. I'm not sure who Shay is. Well, one of the things, Johnny, that you should be doing, if you haven't done already, is because the whole idea of making an alert window of your own, of course, you can do that. Okay, clicking on my homepage link. If you haven't done this already, please do it, okay? You scroll down, get to that education section, click on the more info, and then scroll down till you see the getting started with trade ideas. Now, if you've already done this, fine. If you have not done this, this is this is mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started, okay? Alerts versus top list windows, I still don't know who it is, Joy. It's nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? I don't know who Shay is. She's a YouTuber. That's good. I don't know. Does she use trade ideas? If she uses trade ideas, I mean, I have no idea what her settings are. I don't know this person at all. I still don't know. I'm sorry. I still don't know. I don't know this person at all. Well, did she give you a link? Like a cloud link to did she give you a cloud link? When you say she gave you a link, or I'm not able to load her settings successfully, did she give you some kind of a link that looks like this? Give me a moment. You can't, but unfortunately, you can't do it in YouTube, Joy. You have to come to the main room. You cannot post links in YouTube. But does it look like something like this, like a link that looks like that starts off with Trade Ideas Cloud? This is just one of my links, but I mean, is that the type of link that she gave you? But you cannot put it in YouTube. That's the problem. If you want to come into the main room, you can do so. Okay, and just click on my homepage link again, And then you can post the link in, and I can try to figure out what's going on. So if you click on my homepage link, it'll be the top here. Scroll down, you see where it says trading room? You'd have to click on that. Then you can come into the main room. Then you can post the link. YouTube just doesn't allow you to post links. I can post links, obviously, but you can't, okay? So you can come into the main room. It's free. You don't have to worry about that. It is free. There's a lot more action in this room, too. Many more traders. There is a promotional code running. Yes, Barry25. All right, guys. Well, this is working marginally well for me now. Oh, there you go. Good for you. You came right in. Okay, just give me a moment then. That's a layout. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it's a layout. 9 windows in the layout. The problem is that my layout will disappear. Hmm. All right, let me, yeah, that's the problem. Do you know how to take, well, look at Box now. Box, would have started to work for me now had it done this. Um, See, the problem is if I load that layout, my layout's going to disappear. And, I don't want my layout to just disappear. Would you know how to take out one of the scans? Like one, you've got 9 windows in there. Can you take one of them out? All you'd have to do is, let's just say, it was a well, anything, an alert window. You just right click, do what you just did. Right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. And then you obviously know how to paste the link in, just control V the link in. And then I can look at one window anyway. Because I think we get one window going, then the layout will follow. Okay. Okay. Well, Pepe says he'll try it. Problem is that, okay, yeah, the layout loads fine. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for that. So the layout loads fine, but I wonder what's happening on her end. Because you obviously know how to copy and paste the layout and get it in. So all right, guys, come on down, Mr. MRK. Give me a little bit anyway. Live is for how long? You mean how long am I going to be on live here, Johnny? You mean in YouTube? I'll be here till at least 2 o'clock, perhaps Eastern time. I get on the mic. Okay, I get on the mic at 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. I go to sometime between 2 to 2:30. Usually, I'll always say later though if there are questions. But the minimum is 9 to 2. Yeah. So as Pepe is saying, what is actually the issue when you click on it? What's happening? What is not happening? Well, look at the box. I mean, why didn't they do this when I was in it? Um, Maybe, but it would I'd sure like to see just one link. Just if you can take out just one scan, so we can load it on my screen. Now that doesn't. Oh, you're on the web. Eeh. You should. Okay. First of all, we don't support the web anymore. Okay. So that is one problem. If you're on the web, then we don't support the web anymore. Are you using a Mac, Joy? Is that why are you using a Mac? Really? I just don't know why it says TI Pro Web. TI Pro. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm. Yeah, I can't do that. Yeah. So you should have a toolbar that looks like this. Okay, File, New, Tools, Window, Help, Account. This is the downloadable application, which is all that we support now, and it's way more powerful. Yeah, here's a download link for you. Okay. Hopefully this works. Let me see what happens when here's a download link for you. Yeah, when yeah, you'll be brought to this page. What do you think, Pepe? You say the beta is okay right now, right? The beta is fine. Okay, so download the beta. Okay, you see what I'm pointing at? Download the beta. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to keep watching the NMRK as it inches its way down. Wow, I didn't even realize that. I got into the VWAP. I thought the VWAP was a lot lower. Like a lot lower. I thought the VWAP was way underneath. I don't know what was wrong with it. Because in theory, I wouldn't normally take this one. It's not like the VWAP really came a lot higher than this. So I'm not sure why I didn't see that. But I'm in it, so let's see if it takes up the VWAP. In it as in a short. While I'm doing that, I will go over my homepage now one last time today and all the information you can find on it, including, yes, we do have a promo on now, 25% off. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here's a way you can get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter what you choose, either a standard or a premium service, okay? The 25% discount applies to the 2 monthly and the 2 annual plans. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? I moderate 2 rooms. I'm moderating a YouTube room and also the main room, okay, the trading room over here. Now they're both the same, okay. You both see my screen and hear me. YouTube has a slight delay, about a 5 to 7 second delay imposed by YouTube. So you can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, come into this room. It's free, the trading room. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for, talking about the pre-market, come into this room. Thank you, Obi, for opening it. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me, but Obi does open it at 6:45. Now, I usually take off, and I get on the mic, both rooms, at around 9 o'clock Eastern time. All times are Eastern. I usually go to sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there's some questions. William usually keeps this room open, though, after I leave. And today he says he's going to keep it open till about 3:30. Okay? So most days it's 3:45. So most days I would say this room is open from 6:45 to 3:45 Eastern time. Now, education. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing, mandatory, the 12 short videos to get you started. Okay, you will not become an expert at Trade Ideas after watching these videos, but you'll certainly have it covers all the key elements of the program. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, you should start off with that second video, go to the end. I think that should give you an idea about what the capabilities of the program are, okay? And then you can always try us for a month. You get the 25% discount. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, there's a free series of videos for you, okay? There are 15 of them. And again, they are free. So if you're new to trading, I would recommend you take a look at these. And if you've clicked on my homepage link, before we look at my scans, scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. And last, my scan. So if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, what you see here is all I have actually up and running. So I have this large cap race is right here. I have this volatile race, which is right here. I have a shrunken down version of the upside versus downside movers. Typically, this is what it would look like, but I don't care. I don't care about seeing the cylinder or all the graphical information. All I care about is show me the stocks. So if it's in red, it's a real-time. These are all real-time alerts. If it's in red, it means it's made a new low of the day. If it's in green, made a new high of the day, with a bunch of other filters in place, of course. Use this in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Here is the halts resumes. And then all these scans over here, the momentum scan, the gap scanner, the Pepe combo scan, the up down on 25 cents. This one, I don't have up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It means, I've really decided to completely pare down the information I want to see. So this is it. I used to have a few other scans on my other monitors, but not anymore. Right now, this is what. Now, that doesn't mean that down the road, maybe I get rid of one of these and bring one of these back. Okay. But right now, this is what I'm very comfortable seeing. So if you have any questions about the scans or anything else about trade ideas, I'll do my best to help. When did you join Joe Joy? So Joe Joy, when did you actually join Trade Ideas? You know what? I can't guarantee it. Okay. Did you? Yeah, I cannot guarantee it, but if it's a couple of days ago, you can sort of beg for mercy here. I can't guarantee it, okay? But if you go to info@trade-ideas.com, give them the email that you just used to sign up a couple of days ago, and just say, "Hey, listen, I'm in Barry's the trading room moderated by me, and I see he's got a promo code for 25% off. Would it be possible to apply it to my new subscription?" Okay, yeah, on the weekend then. Yeah, I mean it's only Monday now, so usually they're pretty good. But understand, I have no control over that. Okay, but usually they're pretty good. Just tell them that Barry said do it. Don't say that. But I don't work for Trade Ideas exactly. Okay, I they contract me. If not, I would go into your account. And Pepe said just say it. They're usually pretty good. Okay, especially you signed up on the weekend, so you didn't have access to the program live data until today. Yeah, maybe William. Oh man, look at this five. Gosh, it's depressing. You think maybe, and then nope, more new lows now. It's only depressing. I'm listen. It's got to be depressing for a lot of you out there. It's not so much. I mean, do I care so much as an intraday trader? No. I just want to give me some volatility. I don't. I'll short the market, go long the market. Doesn't matter to me. But there are obviously a lot of people out there with. I know I should know this. IRAs, whatever you call your retirement funds, um, tax-free 401ks. Okay, so there are a lot of people who have those, and that's depending on how old you are. Depending on how old you are to getting towards a retirement age. I mean, that's the worst thing you want to have happen. If you're young, I guess you ride it out, I suppose. But even then, hard to watch your account go down, like down, 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 down. And you wonder, well, should I sell now? Should I sell now? I know they're all going to tell you, well, just hang on. For somebody like me, it's, the volatility is fine. So that's why when I hear people cheering the market being down, I It's just not, a lot of people don't feel the same way. What a short that SGML was. Oh my goodness, that I didn't take. Well, so Fermi came back. Will be okay. Last time I saw that was an all-time low, I believe. Yeah, nice. Nice rally in the face of the market. Absolutely, it is an earnings play. At this point, this was an all-time low. So a relatively new IPO. So I'm watching the market. Okay, I'm watching the market because, in my opinion, the NMRK is probably just moving down with the market. I mean, it's a commercial real estate services, so it's probably moving down. I'd like to see it move down a little bit more. Here's the one of ETFs, or the sector ETF for real estate, and then you get that home market. Like, look at some of these right now. Where are you? XHB, the home builders. Not that these are home built, but it's real estate services. So I'm just sort of, I'm sure, kind of getting lumped into the whole. I mean, it's still up for the day. IQ? No IQ. You've asked that question before, and you can't. I mean, it's been asked many times. Dan will be in the YouTube room again, probably between 12 and 1. Hammer him on that one again. I agree. It'd be nice to have an alert, a real-time alert, to know when a ticker gets added. But I know you've asked that question before, and unfortunately, it's the same answer. There are two things you guys should be asking Dan. I mean, Dan wants to talk about the money machine, and that's great. I know there were some, improvements over last week. Or last week, you went over them, but there are certain things that people want, and you guys should keep asking. Allow us to create our own scans and get a real-time alert with a buy or sell flag. Okay, number one. Number two, this is something that I think is would be beneficial. Yeah, when a long term when one of the long term AI alerts becomes profitable again, be nice to know when it gets added to that list with a sound alert. Ask him. I mean, no point in my asking him. No, no, not at all. Not at all. It's not deliberate. No, absolutely not. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know technically what it takes to do it, but it's allocating the time, I guess. But I have no idea. Pepe says he could probably do it in 5 seconds, but that's Pepe. But in all seriousness, I don't know how long it would take to do it, and it's more about allocating resources. I mean, all the resources are being allocated. Yeah, on the money machine, as you said, as Pepe is saying. So they don't want to deviate. Well, how profitable is profitable? I could just out of curiosity. The only reason I say that, I remember one guy saying, "You know what? My Apple calls are 95% correct." Wow, really? But the definition of correct could have been I bought at $172.01, and then I sold at $172.02. Now, could you make money doing that? You know what I mean? So, and I'm not saying that that's what you're talking about, IQ, but I mean, you can have fun with stats. Well, keep doing it then. I mean, why not? Well, and that's why. Sorry, if you call me on my cell phone and there is no way of my knowing who it is, forget it. Well, again, IQ, so there's no excuse. Between 12 and 1, you find a way to get into that YouTube stream. I'm assuming Dan will be doing it. So, just the more people ask for it, you would think, the more people ask for it, you would think eventually they'll do it. Devote a day to doing it. I don't know. I don't know how long it takes. That's right. 12 and 1 Eastern time. Only on Wednesday. Only on Wednesday. Well, I mean, he's the CEO of the company, so it's a good thing it's only Wednesday. Okay. Well, time is it? 1:38. Yeah, we still have 2.5 hours for it to continue down. I've lost my linking or something. What's going on? Uh, ah. Lost my marbles. 20 man, William. Just for that, I'm going to. I wasn't going to send you what I'm going to send, but I'll do it anyway. All right, now NMRK may have found a little bit of a base, so I'm going to cover some here. Okay, may have found a little bit of a base. I'm just watching what the market is doing. Okay, if the market has even the mildest little pop, it could influence the NMRK. Not going to get out of the entire position though. I don't. Well, I don't know, IQ. I don't know. I don't know if that is actually the case. I mean, we do have the scan for it. We do. Well, I don't know. Listen, the money machine and other cash cow. Remember, it hasn't been. It has not been released. It has not been released. Yeah, if it works, great. Yeah, I mean, but it's not easy. I mean, look at Aussie. I mean, Aussie has been using it for quite a while now, but it takes them a lot to. I don't know, Aussie, if you're still here, but you know, try like getting the right top list race, whatever, to use. I mean, it's not, and then you got to watch it like a hawk. So I mean, it's not easy. It's only going to be for people who are super active traders and understand how to trade, understand how to read charts. I'm not trying to, dissuade anybody, but I mean, that's the reality. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to take a look at the BRBR now. BRBR is another one of these that may have just topped out. Okay. I'm going to see, I'm going to put a price alert underneath 16, about 1596, and see if it gets there. And does that actually turn that blue wave into an orange wave? Right now, I probably have a little, no orange wave yet, just a little turn down. Well, guys, let's see now. Another 15 minutes maybe for me. 15, 1 5, maybe longer if there are questions. One of the reasons I do take off too. Now, sometimes you're going to see I'll have my pointer will be moving around, gives me an opportunity to just kind of trade on my own completely. But if if I'm still sitting at my desk and I see a question, I will get back on. Yeah, Qs are down a little, and the SPY is down just a well. Yeah, the SPY is it's not neutral. Well, it's down 18 cents. Ah, good. Okay, great, Todd. Nice to see a happy customer. You are happy, right? Okay, guys. So I'm kind of watching this one, BRBR. It dropped down through 16. I'm wondering, it's not following the market. Yeah, you're right. Putting it the mildest of pops. All right, let's take a look at some of the major sectors. I mean, believe it or not, financials, of course, a lot of financial stocks in the Dow, I guess. I mean, it's still that's a good move for it, 1.3%. And on the downside, yeah, the semis are getting hit. The semis today are getting hit. SMH a bit, not collapsing or anything, but and it's still way above the 200-day, 341. Yeah, still way above the 200-day moving average, but kind of a miserable day for our AI today. Look at the box now. Shoot. Miserable day for our AI today, guys. Now, to be fair, quantum was a very good one at the beginning, had a nice run. Should not have allowed it to turn negative on you, but quantum got all the way up here from the alert at 538. So I mean, that was a nice run, but could not hold. Yeah, I mean, when did box turn around again? I think I was on my break. I think I'd shorted it earlier, right around this area. It popped up, got out. What time was that? Yeah, so there's my excuse. Okay, I was on my break when it started this move. Though I did take the NMRIK when I was on my break, but towards the end. this would you would have to get into this one around 12:30 or so. I just cannot find any bounce plays that I'm interested in. I just don't trust the market at all. There have been, of course, some very nice bounce plays, but not coming on my scans typically. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, there's no positive stock here. Nothing that's. Why was Box up? I can't remember why Box was up. Was there any news on it? Because it is just really, this could go negative. I don't see any news on it today that would have caused it to move higher. Not too choppy. BBWI. I was looking at this one earlier. Maybe it's a potential short, but a little too choppy. How about Legion? How about this one? And we have a halt here. News halt, guys, for PMNT. This will get ugly. This, I'm sure, is going to be really ugly. PMNT just Hmm. Okay, so Joy, when you say you can open another channel bar, first of all, make sure you're doing this, okay? Click on new, okay? And make sure you're clicking on docked channel bar, not channel bar number 1, okay? I just want to make sure you're clicking on docked channel bar. Are you doing that? Not channel bar, but docked channel bar. Because if you do that, this is what you're going to see. And you can click on the show more. These are the channels in here. Now you can click on one and click on another one and another one and another one. You know, you're going to in theory, you could have several channels open at the same time, but I want to make sure you're clicking on the docked channel bar, not the channel bar from the toolbar. Very confusing. I know. I wish they would just get rid of this, because the problem with opening up the channel, that one, I don't even want to do it. I don't want to even demonstrate it, because the whole idea why they created this dock channel bar, why they don't get rid of this, no idea, is because now, see, I've got a layout. Remember I was saying to you, I didn't want to load your layout, because my layout, if I load your layout, my layout's going to disappear. Okay. And that was what was happening when people in the old days, people would click on new and then channel bar. If you did that, yeah, if you clicked on a channel in that old channel bar, your layout will disappear. So that meant that a lot of people weren't even using the channel bar, because the whole idea of the channel bar is to kind of surf through it if you want. See look what happens when I go to, say, quantum. Okay, so the channel loads and my layout still remains. That's the whole idea of using the docked channel bar. I can go to another channel, expose the winners. So that's how you can use it and kind of surf through it. And if you see something you like, you can extract it. You see some window that you like, you can just sort of extract it and maybe make it part of your own layout. That makes sense? The extracting part I can show you, but because just again, to reiterate about the channels, when you go into a channel and you looked at this and you thought, well, you know what, I like it, but I want to customize it to my way of trading. You can do it, and while you're in the channel, you can make changes. You can make changes while you're in the channel. But the minute you leave the channel, those changes are not saved, and they're not saved for a very specific reason, because the channel is for everybody. So the fact that, one person wants to make some changes doesn't necessarily mean that's what everybody wants. But you can take maybe a scan or a top list or something that you do like in a channel and pop it out of the channel. So it's free floating. So, relative strength leaders from the open. Okay, right click, duplicate into free floating window. Done. Now it was made its way to one of my other monitors, and here it is, free floating. Now I can close this channel down. Okay, and if I really thought I liked this one, then I can use this as part of my layout if I wanted. So the idea is, go into the different channels perhaps and maybe extract a few that you like. You can always adjust them in terms of your price range. So here I'm going to right click configure, and this is what it's looking for. The price is at least 50 cents. But you might say, you know what? I want stocks between $1 and $10. I want the volume to be at least 1 million shares. So you can customize it once you take it out of the channel. Okay. And once you've got some, maybe take some of my scans, maybe you do extract some windows from the channels. Once you've got them dotted around your screen, depends how many monitors you've got. I've got 3 monitors. So for instance, my SPY chart, my big SPY chart is on my other monitor. The AI is on my other monitor. Okay, that's it. Well, that's not exactly it. I got my sectors. These are things, okay. Joy, do you have, or can you tell me if you have a green ball or a red ball? Okay, up here. If you can see what I'm pointing at, is it green or is it green? Number one. If you can see what I'm pointing at, which would mean you, in theory, have a valid connection. Because I think we're going to know what's going on, even if you have a green ball. But can you tell me, is it green, red? If it's red, then you haven't logged in correctly. But is it green? Can you see what I'm pointing at in the toolbar way over here? Pointing at a green ball. Joy, Joy. Because the other thing you may, okay. The other thing you may not have done, even though you think you might have done, you may not have filled out the exchange agreements. Correct. Well, can you see what I'm pointing at? Can you see the toolbar? I'm going to just shake the toolbar around. See what I'm doing? I'm shaking the toolbar around. Okay, and the far right is a ball, a green ball. That tells me I have a live connection. If it were red, it means I don't have a valid connection. Now, okay, is that because maybe you shrink it? I'm trying to see how far would you have to shrink it. No, you should see when you say no color, then I don't think you've downloaded the program then. You don't see a toolbar that looks like this? I mean, I'll extend it, but let me get rid of that announcement. Do you not have a toolbar that says File, New, Tools, Windows, Help, Account? But if you have a valid connection, you have to have somewhere, there has to be a green ball. So now the other thing is it shrunk down too much? Does it look like that? Maybe you have to see now I've shrunk the toolbar so much that I can't see anything over here. Maybe you have to just take it on the top and just pull it up a bit. Oh, you've got a red bar. You've got a red ball. You don't have a valid connection. So yeah, you see, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, you've got a red ball. So you don't have a valid connection for some reason. Okay. So logging in, you have to be, the username and the password are all case sensitive. That's one thing. But at least that's good. Okay. I mean, the fact that you don't have if you did have a green ball and there was still something going on, then it'd be a little more difficult, but you obviously do not have a valid connection. The other thing you can do is go to info. Again, I wish I could, but I can't help you in this regard because I cannot look at your account. info@trade-ideas.com. Give them your email that you use to sign up. You have paid, right? You still logged into the web app. Yes. You have to log out of the web application. You can't be logged in both areas. So that's in a browser, right? So just click on the browser tab and click the X to make sure you're out of the web application. Or even the reset in the Windows. So You click on what? Account, reset connection. Okay, account, reset connection. So if you click on account and then reset connection, then that should knock you out of the window, out of the web application. So do that, account, reset connection. And hopefully then you'll get a green ball, and then you should be good to go, assuming you did fill out the trade exchange agreements correctly. A lot of people think they do, but they haven't. But let's assume you have, okay? But that is more than likely, as Pepe identified. I forgot you were using the web app before. So let me know if that worked. Account, reset connection. Wow, it's green now. How about that? A miracle. Thank you, Pepe, as always. If PJ's around, I'm going to cue PJ up. So now you should be good to go. Okay, you should be good to go. You can go to the channel bar. You can load channels. Okay, I'll fill in for PJ, Pepe. Pepe genius. So again, at this point, you can go into the channel bar if you want and just kind of surf through the different channels. Click on new docked channel bar. Docked channel bar. I'm going to repeat that a few times. The docked channel bar. Then if you want, you can kind of surf through these various channels and just see what they're all about. They're all theme based. Okay. And you can take some of my scans if you want and take a look at them if you want. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I guess I'm going to hang around for a little bit longer. As long as there are questions, I'll hang around. But I'm just going to mute myself for about 2 minutes. Okay, great. I'm glad it's working for you now. Now, I don't know if you did it on the weekend, but if you didn't do it on the weekend, please take a look at those videos, okay? I call them the 12 short videos to get you started if you haven't done that already. Okay. It's virtually mandatory you do this, okay? Just click on my homepage link. Won't take you long. Scroll down. Get to the education section. Click on the more info. And now you've already logged in, so you don't have to do that. Okay, you've already logged in, but I mean, if you can start here, but there are 12 short videos. So at least start off with the second video, go to the end, okay? Because you have to know what the difference between an alert window is and a topless window, okay? I mean, these are it says it covers the key elements. You'll drive yourself crazy if you don't, because you'll have so many questions, and some of them, most of the questions are probably going to be answered in these 12 short videos, okay? And as Todd says, shut down trade ideas every single night. Do not leave trade ideas open, okay? Do not leave it open. When you're done with trade ideas at the end of the day, so at the very least, if you have a layout or something, I don't know what you've done so far. Maybe you haven't created a layout. That's fine. Okay. But let's say as you progress and you're going to create your own layout, with maybe some of the things, maybe some of my scans, maybe some of the ones that you extract from the channel bar. Maybe you create your own scans, and you're going to have some of your own charts probably. And once you do, once you do that, at the absolute least, if you click on File and Exit, it's going to ask you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas. If you say yes, then everything you have done will be saved. Okay, but a very, very good practice is, see, let's just say for argument's sake, you took this race from me. Okay, the biggest scan is from the start of the race. It's on your screen now. You're looking at it. Okay, you want to save everything to the cloud also. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Individual scans that you create, things that you might take from the channel bar, things you might take from me, save to the cloud. The reason being, just like I was saying earlier, here are my scans. Here are the ones that I'm sharing, okay? I don't have these scans up and running. I don't have the momentum scan, the gap scan, the Pepe combo scan, I don't have them up and running at all. That doesn't mean, though, that at some point, in the future, could be tomorrow, could be next month, maybe never, but I'm exaggerating. Maybe I want to bring one of these back and just see how they're working. Okay. So so that's why you save everything into the cloud, because at one point you might go, you know what? I wonder how that scan that I looked at 2 months ago, wonder how that's working. So you file, load from cloud, and here's, you won't have like this, but here are all everything you've got in your cloud. Okay. And you say, I wonder how that one's working. And you just bring it back. So you save everything to the cloud. And then that way also, if you accidentally did this, you click on the X, okay? Oh, it's gone. Oh no, I didn't save it to the cloud. What do I do? Well, I mean, it's a pain when you accidentally click on an X and shut down something, but it's not that big a deal. You just reload it back from the cloud. And of course, you can save your layout to the cloud. Let's say you've got your layout. Finally, you've got a layout that you really like. File, save or share to cloud at the top here. File, save or share to cloud. and you would more than likely click entire layout and give it a name. Joy's first layout. Save it. Maybe date it so you know when you did it. Because you can have different layouts. They're the same sort of thing. Maybe you have a layout that you love right now, and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, you don't like it anymore. But you save it to the cloud, and then you have another layout that you're using. But then, 2 months, 3 months, yet next year, you bring it back, and they want. I wonder how that original layout's working. Just save everything to the cloud. All right, guys. So I don't see any other questions right now. So I think what I'll do is I'm probably going to hang around for a bit, but I'm going to put the message up. Even when I leave, my layout will still be up and running. Okay. So I'm not going to take down my layout. The layout will still be up and running. But I'm going to just say I have left for the day. Now, I'm going to say 3:30, but it'll be if William shuts down at 3:30, then that's what. But he says maybe he says a little later. But I'm just going to put that 3:30 p.m. ET. Okay. Now, for those of you in YouTube, I have to shut YouTube down. Okay. There's no way to moderate it. So I have to shut YouTube down. So for those of you in YouTube, is that my homepage? Yes. So if you want to come over to the main room, anybody who's still left in YouTube, okay, I'll show you Eric Ada. So for those of you who are still left in YouTube, if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit, and where it says trading room, you can come into this room. This room will still be open. It's free. It'll be still open till 3:30 or so. And again, this room is open at 6:45 in the morning. Okay, so if you're looking for some pre-market action, come into this room. So how to access my scans? Just click on my homepage link, just like I did or showed you. Click on my homepage link. Okay, I just put my link underneath where you asked the question right here, and then no idea, Ryan. The question is when's the next time we're going to have a trial? You're talking about the test drives we used to have. I don't know. We haven't had one for years, it seems. I have no idea. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. Here's what I'm currently sharing. Okay, Eric, view the scans, here they are. Yeah, it is kind of strange though, Ryan. Just give me a moment. I'm just chewing on something. Yeah, considering for, I don't know, 2, 3 years, we used to have a test drive just about every 3 months, certainly every 6 months. And then I cannot remember when the last one was. It's got to be, I don't know, 2 years ago. What the test drive is for people who don't know, we used to offer full access to the program for 10 trading days, and it will cost you $11.11. But we haven't done that for probably at least 2 years. Now, Eric, when you go to my homepage and you go to the scan section, do you know how to load a scan you see to get it onto your monitor? Do you know how to do that? Okay, good. Okay, guys. So again, I'm still kind of around. So again, if I see a question, I will answer it if I'm still here. But I am going to put myself on mute now. Okay, and I have to shut YouTube down. Okay, YouTubers. So I have to shut you guys down. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.